Okay, good morning and welcome to our joint informational hearing on representative democracy for a growing California. Should counties have elected executives and larger boards of supervisors? Fascinating topic, and we're really looking forward to all of the wonderful speakers that we've lined up today to discuss this really timely and important issue. My name is Ben Allen. I'm State Senator, Chair of the Senate Committee on Elections and Constitutional Amendments. And I have with me today several members of the State Senate and our two committees. First of all, the chair of our Committee on Governance and Finance, Senator Bob Hertzberg, as well as Senator Tony Mendoza and Senator Carol Liu, who's a member of my Committee on Elections and Constitutional Amendments. I know that we also have Senator Joel Anderson on his way, the Republican Vice Chair of the Elections Committee. I think he'll be here shortly. I want everyone to be aware that the meeting is being streamed live on the internet. It can also be accessed via the home pages of both the State Senate Elections and Constitutional Amendment Committee and also, I believe, Governance and Finance. Also, if any members of the public wish to testify following our scheduled witnesses, please see one of our Senate sergeants who are around, and you can sign in on the sign-in sheet and come and testify to the committee. So the purpose of this hearing is to explore and discuss whether Californians would be better served if county governments, particularly those county governments that serve very large populations, were structured differently, particularly in light of a fascinating set of findings that just came down from the Los Angeles County grand jury that called for several reforms and changes to Los Angeles County government. So a couple of the key questions that we'll be discussing today. Should the size of county boards be increased? Particularly in large counties? If so, by how much, and then should the population of the county be a determining factor? I want to acknowledge the presence of Joel Anderson, our vice chair. Good to see you. Good to see you, Joel. Just up from San Diego. Another question, are large counties just too big now to fulfill their responsibilities effectively? I remember looking back in some of the wonderful report that was prepared by the committee staff that talked about the fact that when Los Angeles County was first founded with its 5 supervisors, I think there was a total of, how many people? It was several thousand, right?
5,000.
5,000 people represented by 5 supervisors. Now we're nearly 10 million represented by the same 5 supervisors. The other question is, should counties, like other jurisdictions, have an elected executive? It's a critical part of the tripartite system that we have in the United States. And it seems like the other large counties in other parts of the country outside of California, whether it's in Texas or Florida or New York, they do have several elected countywide executives, and then, of course, they have boards that work with them, similar to the way that Congress and the President or the legislature and the governor work. And assuming that changes should be made, what's the most appropriate way to seek those changes? Should it be left up to the electorate of the individual county? Should it be done by the board? Should the state intervene? Is this an opportunity or a place where it's appropriate for the state to look at this issue and then impose its will, particularly when it's been a challenge sometimes for counties to support increases in their boards? So we have a very experienced and distinguished group of witnesses participating today. I very much look forward to this vital discussion, but before we proceed, I'd like to turn the microphone over to my friend and co-chair of this joint hearing, Senator Bob Hertzberg, for some opening thoughts.
Thank you, Chairman Allen. I appreciate it very, very much, and for your leadership on this issue and help and participating in our committee's staffs. Thank you, both staffs, for working together so brilliantly. It's wonderful. It's a wonderful thing to see. I want to thank, before he goes off to the football game, Jeff Keitlinger, who's the general manager of this organization, whose building are in. He is a wonderful and a very important leader in the region. And I thank you for this, and I thank you for everything that you've done. And I just was kibitzing with him a little bit about our memories of our 19-hour and 20-hour meetings in this room on the quantification settlement agreement dealing with issues of water in 7 western states. So you did have black hair back then, and I think that meeting gave us but it's wonderful memories. So thank you for the Metropolitan Water District for allowing us to use this facility. We appreciate it. And the 12.8 million people who are viewing this today will now know how important the Metropolitan Water District is as a result of this live streaming. I think that Chairman Allen articulated correctly the issues. I am particularly interested in this issue of scale. You know, I've been around for a lot of years and have seen these things on the ballots here in other counties. kind of looking at the size and the nature of county government, it's important, from my point of view, to always re-examine our position. You know, the world is changing at a breakneck speed, and you know, you got counties, the Alpine County, that takes 123 people to get elected supervisor. What do you think about that, Supervisor Joslavsky? It'd be a lot easier to campaign, or maybe not. But you know, and what does that look like? We've got a government that was written, the laws were written and the systems were put together a long time ago, and I think it is important to put a set of fresh eyes in each instance. Often it looks like we're retreading ground that we've been through before, but it's not really before, because the circumstances in our situation are so different. And as the chairman knows from some of my emotionally charged discussions in some of these other hearings, I am frustrated by, particularly as chair of the Governance and Finance Committee, and what I often see in government is that we are so focused on serving government and making it easier for government to operate. I really don't care. My view is what the impact on folks. What are the services that we're trying to provide? You know, if you've heard me say before, if this was an electronic engineers convention and we're all focused on the circuitry in the back of this, that may be interesting, but what counts is what happens on the front in terms of the service business and what's the interface with government. So the notion of, from my point of view, whether or not you have an executive or not have an executive is, does that result in better deliverables for people? Does the size of a government, does that result in a better services for people in terms of what our government is doing? So often, I mean, the issue for me that we see in these ups and downs and zigzagging economies that we have is that we start and stop government services. I highly commend Mr. Jansen, who came up from San Diego, is here, who was part of the leadership with Mr. Yaslovsky last time around to hold the line to make sure that you didn't have to fire people and furlough people. Pretty good leadership there. But these shouldn't just rely upon the people who happen to be in the office at the time. We need to look at the structural impediments and try to understand that better. And so, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that very much for you convening this and putting a set of fresh eyes on this. And thanks again to the staff for all your hard work in putting this stuff together.
Well, thank you, Senator. Mr. Vice Chair, do you have any comments or thoughts or any?
Yes, absolutely.
All right.
Thank you for holding this meeting. Thank you for showing me how to operate it. You know, I think that you both hit it on the head. We're looking at that tipping point of how to make government efficient, and I think that's very important. But I think that how that matrix is measured is even more important, as you stated, Senator Hertzberg. Does this improve the lives of our constituents? And that's what I'm here to see and understand today. So thank you. I'm happy to be here.
Thank you, Senator Anderson. Senator Liu or Senator Mendoza? Senator Liu?
I too am pleased that you put together this agenda. This is a topic that we kind of wrestled about with Senator Mendoza's bill this last year, and it'd be very interesting to see what the outcome and what the feelings are of folks in the field about, you know, should the state legislature do this? Should it be self-imposed? I mean, how do we talk about this issue? I know that there have been several attempts to reorganize the county government structure several times, and it's been unsuccessful. So it would be interesting to see whether or not, with your interest, both of you as chairs, whether or not the interest stimulates enough conversation that change might occur in the near future. So I look forward to the testimony today. Thank you for allowing me to join you.
Thank you, Senator. And Senator Liu is absolutely right. Senator Mendoza came forward with SCA 8 that many of you are aware of in 2015 last year. And coming out of those many discussions that we had, we weren't ready to move forward with the SCA at the time, but we did talk about having an informational hearing where we really get to the meat of the issues behind his proposal. And so here we are discussing them today, and I'm sure that Senator Mendoza has some comments.
Yeah. Thank you. First of all, I want to thank our Senator Pro Tem Kevin De Leon for allowing us to have this meeting here today. Also want to thank the chairman, both Senator Allen and Hertzberg, for organizing the hearing, and their staff for doing a great job. All the witnesses that we're going to be hearing from, thank you again for signing up and being a part of this great discussion. I requested this hearing as I have long believed that our counties, particularly my county, the county of Los Angeles, needs to be evaluated for their governance structure. As a local government, LA County stands alone as an exception in many ways. First, its size. Its size of a population over 10 million residents is greater than any other population in 40 states. Its representation, when it was formed, we know that these 5 supervisors back in the middle 1800s, they were representing over 1,000, just barely over 1,000 residents each. Now, when you look at how the LA County is governed, both the legislative and executive function. Unlike the other counties, such as cities, or other local governments, such as cities and school districts, our counties actually combine both distinct functions. In most local governments, the executive is either an elected mayor or actually an appointed city manager. In this county's case, we have the County Board of Supervisors trying to do both the legislative function and also their executive function. This can create problems and has serious consequences. Los Angeles County continuously faces serious management and ethical and personnel challenges, severe enough to require federal intervention and other oversight of its sheriff, jails, probation, children's services, foster care, juvenile justice, tax assessor, housing, and other departments, and the list can go on. In nearly every case, the issue of lack of adequate oversight from the 5-member Board of Supervisors who insist on directly supervising each department. The Los Angeles Times has did an editorial just a week or two ago that said much of the trouble of the county departments stem from the failures of the Board of Supervisors itself, which governs with a toxic combination of micromanagement and an inattention and has propensity to defer crucial decisions. Now, the Los Angeles County Civil Grand Jury report has identified the same issues and recommended that Los Angeles County should separate the legislative and executive functions by creating a county executive to manage the complex county services delivery organizations, with the supervisors continuing their legislative and oversight functions. They also recommend to increase the number of supervisors in order to democratize the Board of Supervisors by creating smaller districts. I would add that the changes should be done with cost controls so that current funding levels for the board are not exceeded by the new structure, and that adequate time for the changes be worked out. For me, the report validates my effort earlier this year and last year with Senate Constitutional Amendment number 8 to give voters the opportunity to expand the current 5-member Board of Supervisors system to 7 or more members with strict cost controls. I intend to submit a revised version of this measure in December that will include an expansion of the LA Board of Supervisors and the grand jury's recommendation to create a position of county executive elected countywide with strict cost controls in order to ensure adequate planning. The changes will improve, and it should be probably done after the 2020 census. I believe the time has come to improve the system of government by making it more accountable and bringing it closer to the people. With that, I want to again thank you all for being here and look forward to a great discussion. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. And I know we've got one or two other senators on their way, so they'll be here shortly. But thank you, Senator Mendoza. So let's go ahead and call up our first panel. We've got a bipartisan group of experts who are here to talk to us. First of all, we've got George Runner, who, of course, is now a member of the Board of Equalization, but he's part of our Senate family in many respects, and we love to have you here, George. We've got Zev Yaroslavsky, who's a former member of the LA County Board of Supervisors, who's also going to join us here on the panel and has written extensively about this very topic. Richard Polanco, our former majority leader of the state Senate, is on his way. We may have to have him join one of the other panels. And then, of course, David Jansen, who's former Chief Executive Officer of Los Angeles County. So these three men they represent different sides of the political spectrum. They also have different perspectives, but I'm very much looking forward to hearing from each of them. So let's start with you, Mr. Runner.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me to be a part of the discussion. It's an issue that I've dabbled in over the last few years. The red light's on. Like that? Yep. Okay, thank you. It's an issue I've dabbled in over the last number of years, and in fact, this is interesting. As I was contemplating, think about this, my first bill that I actually got signed in the legislature, in the assembly, 20 years ago now,
Yeah.
was a proposal to try to figure out how to maybe break up LA County. I think Senator Hertzberg was there was not a lot of us that were in the legislature back
Just
then
me and
that
you,
are still
maybe.
around. But again, and it probably comes from my background. To remind you all, I came out of local government out of the high desert, Lancaster area, and served as a council member and mayor in there, and so began to experience, obviously, what the relationship is between municipalities and the county. Also was engaged in a lot of activities with the other counties in that area, San Bernardino, Riverside, and then some of the smaller counties going up the backside of California, and kind of saw how they experienced their counties. And so as a result of that, obviously my experience was very different. I think we all acknowledge the fact that LA County is very unique. And so as a result of that, began to think through how it is that we might want to address that issue. Later on, with Senator Polanco, we actually moved forward the concept of expanding the board, too, as a issue of trying to remedy the issue of accountability. And I guess that's really what the bottom line for me is the issue of how accountable do we need to be, can we be, to those who elect us. And it's interesting now, obviously, I now have 32 counties, ranging in size from LA County to Alpine County right now. And so, again, each experiencing them in very different ways, and their boards in very, very different ways. But again, and I notice and I can sense the accountability differences in those smaller settings. Now, LA County will always be unique. No matter how we tinker around the edges, we go to 7, we go in executive, it's still the fact that it is a very, very large county. And as a result of that, it will always be unique. But I don't think that should ever stop us from asking the question, what can we do? What can we do to make it more accountable? Or the elected more accountable? What can we do to make people feel like they have a greater ability to address their elected officials? Again, I'm from the north part of LA County, so when Mike would come visit us, he'd come in his helicopter, So it's not exactly the way that you would normally think your supervisor would come and see you if you're a part of many of the other kind of counties that you're a part of here in California. I think that the issue for me, as I look at this, and I'm glad you're exploring it, I think it needs to be explored. I think the challenges, at least I've experienced as I've moved forward some of the discussions in the public arena in this area. And I wish I could give you better definitions to which path is the right path to go. The challenge is that it's too easily criticized. And I think that's the challenge that I found when I was dealing with this issue. Whenever we talked about expanding the board, and again, we as I recall, we had caps on costs and everything else, but it's an easy criticism when you start talking about adding elected officials. Right. And it's an easy target. And so even though we might feel like that's what we need to do in order to create accountability, it still becomes a very easy target for those who are critical. And I think the problem that you're dealing with, and as a result of the issue of that, the other issue is you're removing and changing the power of other people who already are in existence. And that becomes then the other side of that issue. And so I wish I could give you a better idea as to what I think the path is. I think it's going to take a great deal of commitment and energy from the state in order to help citizens understand the uniquenesses of LA County. I think it's going to have to be a partnership in order to be successful with some aspects of leadership of LA County. I think you will always have some board members who will be very hesitant, and maybe you might have some who embrace. But ultimately, I think it's going to have to be a partnership, and I think it's going to have to be a generated issue from the state. I think in the past what I've observed is when LA County has endeavored to do something, it's been more of a reaction to try to control and to cut off the discussion more than actually create reform. I'm also intrigued, and I think as I've thought about it a little more lately, I think if you do expand the board, I think it even makes it even more necessary for a elected executive. I think the nature of being a 5-member board, I'm right now on a 5-member board, and I understand I'm reminded once again of the politics of a 5-member board as I serve now. But it always, I think, will be a challenge in terms of the ability to define role, the ability when you have 5-member boards, the ability to, or the desire and the temptation to micromanage, all those issues become, I think, fundamentally challenging with a 5-member board, and I think would even become more so with a 7-member board if indeed you did not have, I think, the executive who would actually create more of a legislative role for the board and an executive role then for the elected executive. So those are my comments, and go from there.
Thank you, Mr. Renner. We'll next hear from Zev Yaroslavsky, and then we'll have all three of the speakers speak, and then let's have a discussion together. So next to you, Supervisor.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a pleasure to call you Mr. Chairman. For the uninitiated, Senator Allen was an intern of mine some 18 or 19 years ago, and everything he knows, he learned in the 8 weeks he spent in my office.
That's true.
Thank you for convening this hearing. Thank you to the other members as well. I have a feeling by the time we're done, Churchill's old quote will be in play, which is everything that needs to be said has been said, but not everyone has said it. Let me address the two questions before you today, and I just want to say from the outset two things. One, my views on the structure of county government are not a reflection of my views on this board, current board, my board that I served on for 20 years, or previous boards. It's a structural issue that needs to be addressed, and I think the 20 years of experience that I had and that other people have had in county government certainly animate the deficiencies of the way we do business or the way business is done at the county. But it's not a reflection on any particular board member or chief executive or chief administrative officer. And I want to make that clear. So the two questions before you are expansion of the board and creating an executive, an elected executive. And I'll start with the latter first and just piggyback on what Senator Runner has, once a senator, always a senator, right, said, which is you can't expand, you really shouldn't expand the board. It makes no sense to expand the board, and I'll explain that when I get to the board piece of this, without an elected executive. Los Angeles County, if it was its own county, would be the 8th largest county in the United States. The 8th largest county currently is North Carolina.
The largest state.
I'm sorry, what did I say? County. State. It would be the largest, 8th largest state in the Union, larger than North Carolina, which is currently the 8th largest state. Larger than Michigan, which is the 9th largest state. Now, if I came to you and I said, I have a proposal for a structure of how to run North Carolina or Michigan. Let's get rid of the governor and let's put a board of 5 people together and let them run it. Let them decide when to declare a natural disaster. Let them decide who's sentenced to commute and who's sentenced not to commute, who should be pardoned and who shouldn't be pardoned. Every decision, from whether to expand the men's room on the 3rd floor to sending the National Guard to Iraq, those decisions would be made and debated interminably by a board of 5 people. You wouldn't accept that in a heartbeat. Yet that's what we do in LA County. We have the 8th largest state in the Union. And in many respects, we have all the powers of the states of the Union, with some exceptions. We deal with virtually every issue that affects our society, from transportation to welfare, to child welfare, to health care, to mental health, to public health, to law enforcement, incarceration, not to mention the municipal functions that local government typically performs. Every decision, virtually every decision that the County of Los Angeles makes goes on that 80, 90, 100-item agenda every Tuesday. And some of them are absurdly mundane, and some of them have profound implications. But every one of those decisions gets to be vetted through 5 people. So let me get to the 5 people for a second, the 5-person structure. When David favored me with the opportunity to read his remarks, so I'm not going to scoop him. I'm not going to use them, except there was one that I would have used before reading it, but I won't use it. When you have five-member boards, five-headed executives, nobody's responsible. If there's a decision that gets made that turns out to be the wrong decision, I can say, well, it wasn't me, it was her. It wasn't her, it was him. Or I tried to do it, but I couldn't get 3 votes. And nobody's really responsible and held accountable by all the people of the county. I can go to my district and say, look, you know how I feel about this, but in the San Gabriel Valley, I can't knock any sense into them, and vice versa. It's the way it works. Secondly, in a board of 5 people, you strive to get consensus. Because I don't want to have too many 3-2 votes as a board member, because I'd like to have 5-0 votes. Because the more 3-2 votes I have, the more I will likely be at the short end of a 2-3 vote in the ensuing meetings. Yeah. So let's try to get consensus. And when you get consensus, you're striving for the lowest common denominator. That's what you're basically doing. And if you remember your math, the lowest common denominator is always the least precise number. So you end up making decisions that are not precise, that are not surgical, that are not on point, that are not spot on to address the problem you're dealing with. And when you do that over 150 years, and you have a decision-making process that has built these consensus over time, and these less precise decisions over time, you end up with a less precise organization, an organization that doesn't produce relevant and efficient and direct results on the problems you're facing. So that's the 5-member board. Until George said that he serves on the 5-member board, which I know he does, it's not an executive body for the most part. I started to have sympathy for the Soviet Union when I became a member of the Board of Supervisors, when I realized that we were kind of like a Politburo. And I started to have sympathy for Leonid Brezhnev. He had his Yaroslavskys on his Politburo, and his Molinas, and his Kanabis, and his Danas and Antanoviches. And of course, he had the Red Army behind him, and we don't have that at the county. But there is, that system collapsed of its own dead weight. And our system is inevitably going to collapse of its own dead weight, if it hasn't already from time to time collapsed. And that's the last thing I want to say, is I want to talk about the reason the elected executive is so important to our constituents, to the citizens. And this is the case that needs to be made, whether it's the state that puts it on the state ballot for a constitutional amendment, or the county would put it on as a charter amendment, or if there was an initiative to put a charter amendment on the ballot in the county. And the best example I can give, and the one that I think everybody in this room will appreciate, is the Martin Luther King Hospital crisis that we had in the mid-2000s, resulting in the closure of the hospital in 2008. It went on for years. It went on for decades. There were newspaper articles in the 1970s, in the late 1970s, that exposed incompetence, corruption at the hospital, and people dying at the hospital in the late 1970s. Claire Spiegel was an investigative reporter for the LA Times at the time. I remember those articles quite well. And then in the 2000s, we had another set of investigative stories. That information did not percolate up, not only to the board before they percolated out through the newspaper, didn't even percolate up to the Director of Health Services, because that system our health system was kind of franchised out. Martin Luther King Hospital was one franchise, Olive View and Sylmar was another franchise, et cetera. And it became an insulated, or an insular institution that didn't interrelate with the policymakers and the chief executive of that department. Now I ask you, if there had been a chief executive elected by the people of LA County, accountable to all of the people of LA County, elected by everyone in LA County, not by one district, but by all 5 districts, how long do you think a situation at Martin Luther King Hospital, as egregious as it was, how long do you think an elected chief executive would allow that to fester before he or she pulled the trigger and did something about it, and didn't just say, well, I defer to the council, the supervisor of that district, or I'll defer to the Director of Health Services, or bring in 15 motions saying, how could this have happened? When you're the chief executive, when you're the one chief executive who will be held accountable for a decision, you can't pawn it off on some other chief executive officer. You're it. Then it's an existential threat to your political career, if nothing else, if you allow a situation like that to fester. I believe in my heart of hearts that if there had been an elected mayor of LA County, we would have never had the Martin Luther King Hospital get to the point where we had to close it in 2008. Clearly, I feel that, I know that, and I think anybody who looks at it dispassionately would say the same thing. That's why governance structure matters. And I could give you 100 other examples, but you don't have the time or the patience to hear them. But this is the one that we all understand, and you as legislators understand that if you had to debate between the two houses of the legislature, every executive decision that had to be made by the governor, nothing would ever get done. Decisions take forever to get made. To build consensus takes time. I left the board almost 2 years ago. There was a proposal to create a civilian oversight board for the LA County Sheriff's Department. Didn't have the votes when I left at that time, but had the votes the day after I left. It's now almost 2 years later. Now, I'm not there, so I don't know what the considerations are, but I'm sure there's a debate and a discussion and lawyers and different points of view of supervisors and the sheriff himself. 2 years have gone by, and there's not a decision one way or the other. And I'm not here to argue one way or the other, but it takes that long to make a decision. It took us years to replace a head of our Department of Children and Family Services at a time when your state did an audit of our county Department of Children and Family Services, and it was scathing. But we couldn't come to consensus on whether to remove that person or not until it got so hot that the board had to do something about it. An elected executive would not wait 2-3 years to replace a director of a failing department. An elected executive would not wait years or decades to fix a failing hospital that was failing its citizens. And this is the case, Senator Mendoza, since you're the reason this thing has been spawned, and I commend you for it, even though we don't always agree. Last time we talked was on a radio program, but I commend you for joining this issue. If any reform is going to pass muster with the voters have to understand why this is in their best interests. We've got to translate it in a way that this isn't just creating another politician. Cost control, cost containment is a given and has to be part of this. But it's got to be more than just cost containment. It's got to be, here's how you're getting had by the current structure. And here's how we can fix it. Now, there is no perfect structure in the world. Some are more closer to perfect than others. But having a county government that is representative of 10.5 million people, that has a budget of now $28 billion, over 100,000 employees. County government is the biggest employer in Los Angeles County, private or public. It's the elephant in the room. It's the 8th largest state in the union. To govern it with a 5-member board is ridiculous, unless you're one of the 5. And I said that when I retired. I said, it's the worst form of government I've ever seen, unless you're one of the 5. But that's really not the basis upon which we should make that decision, and I was an advocate for this kind of reform even when I was one of the 5. So to the issue of expanding the board, in 30 seconds, I agree with George, and I agree with what you're going to hear from David, because I read his remarks. As foolish as a 5-member board without an executive is to govern an organization this big, 7 or 9 or 11 members is even more foolish. It just makes it worse. But with an elected executive, adding with cost containment, expanding the board, reducing the number of constituents that each board member has to represent, makes eminently good sense. But it's got to be both. It can't be just the expansion of the board, in my opinion. This is a real big issue, and it needs to be vetted, needs to be discussed. There's a lot of support for this among people who have given thought to it. The Los Angeles Times has made this an issue on their editorial pages, much to my surprise. They get it. The civil grand jury has issued a report. Don't agree with all of it, but the bottom line is elected executive with an expansion of the board, and others. So and I just want to say conclude by saying how important this is over the long haul. And having been on the inside, I know how different the county government would have been if it hadn't have been for the shackles that are institutionally placed on a board of 5 people trying to pretend like they're an executive. And one of the things I loved is people didn't want to relinquish their control. And even our critics said, oh, they just don't want to relinquish their control. We controlled nothing. When you have 5 people, each person doesn't control very much. It's the biggest myth of all. We all ran around there pretending like we controlled something, but we really didn't control a whole lot. Every now and then there'd be a pivotal decision over which we had tremendous influence. But when you can't make a decision, you can't control very much, can you? So I think this is important. I think this discussion is important. I thank you for inviting me to be a part of this panel, and I look forward to the rest of the discussion.
Thank you, Supervisor. Okay, thank you. Very helpful. We'll next hear from David Jansen. And Dave, of course, has tremendous experience in the leadership of LA County as former Chief Executive Officer.
Thank you very much, Senators, for the invitation. It occurred to me as I was sitting here that I am, for probably the first time in my governmental career, not representing anybody but myself. And anybody that's worked for an elected official knows that you don't have an opinion other than what their opinion is. And you suddenly realize you don't have an opinion at all. So I've had 9 years to get some opinions, so I'm working on it. Thank you for inviting me. Let me give you a little background to give you a better feeling for why some of my observations maybe have some experience behind them. I started State of California in 1972. Ronald Reagan was governor. I ran the State Department of General Services for Jerry Brown, governor, the first time around. That's how old I am. But the state operated separation of powers. We all understand that, comfortable with it. State of California, governor, legislature, judiciary. After 11 years, I went to San Diego County as the number 2. San Diego County, by charter, is a strong executive organization. And there are a handful of them in California. San Diego was that way. But even in San Diego, at that time, should I defer to the senator?
No, keep going. But Senator, why don't you join the panel over here, and we'll have you speak after David.
I'm happy to do so.
Yeah. No, please carry on, David.
California courts were part of county budgets. Just think of that. California courts, municipal superior courts, were part of county budget. And I still remember board meetings or meeting with supervisors who believed that judges were department heads. That's how unusual county government was in 1983. And 86 on, that changed, but at that time. So strong CAL. Go to LA County. LA County is a strong board operation. Also a charter county, strong board, weak executive. So my experience, 35 years in California, has been with all 3 types of government that we have in this country. And I can't respond directly to the 2 questions without giving you some context. I apologize for this. It's going to not particularly help your decision, but since I have an opportunity after 9 years to say something, I'm going to do it. Before I retired from Los Angeles County about 8 years ago, I had spent 20 years working with legislative committees, with elected officials, with CSAC, with David Abel, private individuals, speaker of the, everybody to try to fix the state-local relationship in California. 20 years we worked at that. And 20 years we failed. And the state-local relationship didn't work because of Prop 13. It's pure and simple. If you want to ignore Prop 13, you will never understand what's going on in California, and it's been 40 years later. It is critical to understanding the way local government works. And on top of that,
Can you elaborate a little bit more on
Yeah.
that?
until simplistically, until 1978, when Prop 13 passed, all local governments had their own taxing authority. So there was a reasonable balance between responsibilities, services, and the payment, taxation of those services. 1910, I think, the Constitution was changed to give property tax to local government. Prop 13 changed that. Prop 13 gave property tax allocation to the state of California. They used that ability over the next 10, 15 years to move property tax around between cities, counties, special districts, and school districts, and to the failure of local government. They took away and severed the responsibility and the authority to provide programs. On top of that, California, I remember meeting with somebody from one of the Soviet republics who was coming to California to understand how our democratic system worked. And I said, you really don't want to model yourself on the state of California. This is the Soviet Union. You really do not want to model it. We have over 3,000 special districts in California. At least 2/3 of them have elected boards and paid executives. Over 900 school districts, 58 counties, 480 some cities. I don't even know if we know how many cities there are. Regulatory agencies. Talk about non-elected power in California. Look at the Energy Commission, the Coastal Commission, Water Resources Management, Water Resources Control. All these boards are making regulatory decisions that affect Californians every month. They're not elected by anybody. They're appointed by the legislature, the governor, etc. Pet peeve. And then, of course, we have the initiative process in California, which is not representative democracy. The headline, I think, of your statement here was representative democracy, wasn't it? Yes. Yeah. Yeah, that's not by the way, that's not the initiative process. It has nothing, it's direct democracy. That was absolutely prohibited by the Constitution of the United States. They did not want direct democracy. So on top of all of those structural elements in California that are a challenge, you have the initiative process, which helps all of us do our job much better. So at some level, I would say, on the structural issue of the board, until you fix all of this, leave them alone. Leave them alone. We got enough problems in California without starting something new, which is, okay, we're going to start expanding the boards of supervisors in large counties. Now, I can't address, and I'm a bureaucrat, so I'm not looking at this as an elected official clearly. I can't address the issue of representation, which I think is an important one on elected bodies. I think it is very important. Accountability is kind of a different issue. Counties in California are responsible for state and federal programs. I mean, that is the purpose. They're an arm of the state of California. I had trouble explaining, both in San Diego and LA, although obviously not to Zeb, who knows everything. Counties are by and large not local government. They are constitutionally an arm of the state of California, right? So when you look at their duties and responsibilities and the mandates, the controls that they have over the programs and expenditures, you could raise the question, really, is it going to improve anything by adding more members when you have such a limited scope of programs and issues? I don't think it will. One other challenge for the board and administrators, separation of powers nationally and state. David Broder wrote an article 20 years ago called Demosclerosis, and he was talking about what happens to a middle-aged democracy, and he was referring to the United States. You had, at that point, maybe 200 and something years of incremental decision-making in Washington, in Sacramento. because that's the way the structure is set up. Congress is elected every 2 years. Give me a break. So there's no horizon. You make individual decisions based on the compromises that you can get, and they usually are piled on top of previous decisions, because once you set up a program, you have a constituency. San Diego, one time we did a review of mental health programs, and there were 12 different modalities in state law. 12 in state law on how to deliver mental health. This was 20 years ago, probably. Incremental decision making. So the programs that boards are responsible for are delivered in silos. This is, again, a very pragmatic issue. They're delivered in silos. And the challenge, because the services really need to be integrated for a particular family or children, is how do you get around and over those silos? It was a struggle. I think we did a pretty good job in LA doing that without an elected official, elected executive, but there was no future to that. So, one more thing, budget hearings, mandated public budget hearings, it was $22 billion then. Legislature said you have to allow the public to come testify in your budget. We did, nobody showed up. No public ever, stretched a little bit, but in 11 years, no person of the public ever came to testify on a $22 billion budget. The people that came were people who had an investment in the budget, but the public never came. And I don't blame them. There are a lot more interesting things to do than testify on a county budget. So on the issue of structure, board, I'm with Zev, leave it alone. 5, I don't want to be cynical, but counting to 3 is easier than counting to 4 or 5. But 5, I think, is frankly a good operational number of people on any given board. I don't know, George, if you feel that way about a 5-member board, but I think 5 is not a bad number. 15? All right. On the issue of elected county exec, I believe, and Zeb was getting at this, I believe when everyone's in charge, no one's in charge. When everyone's in charge, no one's in charge. And from an administrative management person, having one person in charge is essential to efficient and effective delivery of services. That is really simple. I mean, you can talk a lot about all of this other requirements or conditions of being an elected body, but you can't have one person in charge. You are not going to be successful. We saw that over and over and over again in Los Angeles County. All right, add to that an elected board member has no legal authority to act. Now, this is not something that it wasn't in any of your documents. It's nothing that I hear. It's something that I understood several years ago and used in various places. They can only act in public, and they can only act with a vote. And they only act after they publish the agenda, right? Brown Act requires all of these controls so that the public has an opportunity to speak before a decision is made. As a practical matter, how could a 5-member board who only meets 7-member, 9-member, add more, who only meets in public, manage, direct, hold accountable 34 county department heads? How do you do that? You can't do it. You cannot do it. But they cannot legally take action as an individual. It's not to say they don't, but legally they cannot. They have to act as a board. In 2007, Zeb didn't mention this, but it was in your one of your reports. In 2007, on a motion by Supervisor Oslowski and Kanabe, after 10 years, I would say, of ad hoc fixing of problems related to silo delivery of services, to having department heads playing games with individual board members interfering in the operation of the county, although that time it was not illegal. Interfering is part of what you do when you're in charge. We tried to change it to a strong county executive, similar to San Diego County, similar to Santa Clara County are the two that come to mind. And I'm very proud of the structure we created. I think in a matter of 3 to 4 months, we created in detail down to regulations a structure that would work in LA County as a strong chief executive office. Now, maybe it would have worked better with a different CAO, different board, different department heads, et cetera. I understand that that's gone. The problems challenging the board, I read the LA Times, I read their editorials. There was one on the probation department recently. They're struggling with why can't you operate? Well, they can't operate the probation department because they're constrained by meeting in public, and if they're doing something in private, it isn't going to work. So my recommendation is, and I see the problems with this separation of powers, because I thought we could move on a dime if we had to. And we did move on a dime if we had to, with a 5-member board that had trust in their executive. But if you don't have trust in your executive, you're never going to move. That a strong, either a voter-approved charter amendment for a strong executive officer, it's not going to come from the board, they're not going to do it, it's not going to happen, and it's not just this board. Even the previous board who wanted to see if it worked held back the issue of taking it to the voters. It has to be voter approved. San Diego County is that way. I think San Diego County, Walt Eckhart is here testifying on behalf of CSAC. So he's constrained, but he's retired. So think about maybe asking Walt how did things work in San Diego, because he was the CEO there for many, many years. And it does work. It can work. It's hard to drop it right in the middle of a river, which is what we tried to do. Elected exec, another option, another alternative. I don't feel as strongly about that because it depends on who gets elected, right? I mean, that's always the case, even of a board, is who's elected. So it has to be one or the other, or it isn't going to work. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you. Very, very good thoughts. Looking forward to this discussion of the panel afterwards. So let's now hear from Senator Polanco, former Majority Leader of our state Senate, who's also here to share some thoughts on this topic.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members.
And I'd like to also welcome Senator Ricardo Lara, who's here as well, to my left.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. First, let me apologize for my tardiness. Let me begin by sharing with you my history prior to being an elected official. I had the opportunity to work for several years for then County Supervisor Ed Edelman. And as a staffer, I then saw the importance of the county services to constituents. I managed the East Los Angeles office. I took to heart when the supervisor appointed me and announced, this is my eyes and ears, and I took it to heart. And I experienced something that I had never dreamed of, and that was the enormous influence on behalf of people when a staffer from that 8th floor made a call. I was amazed. I was calling to inquire and to bring an issue and to advise that the supervisor would be coming out to the community and I'll give you one perfect example. It's a parks issue, and we arrived and those issues were resolved. What am I sharing with you? I'm sharing with you the importance of having representation. My first experience prior to Ed was on the Youth Commission appointed by Ernie Debs. But my real experience of how local government works on behalf of people and why individuals come to elected offices is really because it's their last resort. And so the discussion today is really about managing and creating governance that has accountability, And I will say hand in hand, not independent of each other, the time has come to expand that board. I was there, and it was maybe 3 point some million people very early on. Today it's 10 million. And if we talk about the economies of scale or the added cost, freeze the budget. Freeze the budget on the 8th floor, and then divide it by the number of the expansion. I believe that constituency issues, both on a regional level, get better addressed with an elected executive officer. I had the experience to see and work when Harry Hufford was there. I had the experience to see from the outside the work of Bill Fujioka, a strong CEO, and things go sideways and you get it changed. I think if the legislature is interested in wanting to bring to a new form of governance, it must be done together. Keeping it at 5 is going to jeopardize very soon the representation from our African American sisters and brothers. The population is not growing among the African Americans. And to keep it at 5, you will put in jeopardy. You will have on an election without the expansion, you will have the Mark Whitley Thomases soon to retire, the son possibly advancing as a candidate, and all the other qualified candidates from the African American community. And that will dilute that particular vote. And so do we want to live in a time and age where in the largest, most powerful county government has limited the representation by virtue of not bringing forward a public policy change to become more reflective of the constituencies? How big that is, I think that can be worked out. I think you have enough demographers and experts. That should not be anything that should hold moving forward. We will soon see the lines to be reapportioned by a measure that Senator Lara carried, taken away from the Board of Supervisors, and an independent body will soon begin to address that. And so the change is coming. The question is going to be how big. That can be worked out. Should it include all the counties? I don't think so. I think you want counties to step up and voice their support and interest in this reform. I don't think it should be imposed upon them. This is not a new concept. We attempted that when I authored a measure that was not successful. So, and for the record, I am not interested in the expansion and announcing a candidacy for that. Let me be real clear. So it's not about me, or it's not about my political consideration here. I think the time has come to allow for an elected CEO and expansion of the board for purposes of creating regional solutions that will transcend a lot of the local politics, especially with this body. With regards to the last question, assuming changes should be made, what role should the state play in enacting those changes? You have every right as the body to engage. This is an entity that, yes, it's a charter, but it's an entity that is governed or created by state statute. We empower and give so much responsibility to the counties, many times without the funding, but certainly the responsibilities to give services to people, to provide services to people. And it is that governance and that executive delivery that cannot stay at the status quo. We cannot accept the status quo. And you should not accept the status quo. Those are my comments. I appreciate the work that the CEOs do, the service and contribution that Zev, Will there be opportunity for qualified folks to step into this incredible responsibility of a CEO for the county? Of course there's going to be. The talent is out there. The real question is going to be, will you move a bill that is, if need be, specific to LA County? And it should be. And should that bill move in tandem, hand in glove with reforming the executive, creating the executive mayor, or whatever term is going to be used as you expand it? That would be, to me, what the future is about. That would be creating change in a institution. And change is hard. I mean, I remember coming into this building. I carried a reform package to reduce the size of the board of the MWD. I went the other way. And that was, not an easy task, but it was an important one. And today it worked. You have diversity. We didn't have diversity back then. We have diversity among the five. I'm not going to say otherwise. But we stand the chance of losing that. And when you expand, you have a growing Asian population that is very political, very active. You have the Latino population continuing to grow. And I think an executive officer who could represent everyone from a policy perspective is the way to go. But it can't go independent and alone. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Incredible thoughts from everybody, and I've got a couple of very specific questions that come to mind as I've heard the discussion that I'd love to hear people address as they see fit. So, Senator, you mentioned. So I'm going to throw out a bunch of ideas, and I'd love to hear everyone respond. You mentioned that we really should focus on LA County. Now, the SCA 8, as it was written, first it included the five biggest counties. And then it was limited to just include LA, San Diego, and Orange, but given the population trends that are articulated in our report, they would eventually envelop Riverside and San Bernardino counties, given the projected growth that we see. Would love to hear a little bit more about why it is that you would just focus on Los Angeles County, and we haven't talked at all about the implications that this would have on other counties, and we've got a letter from Senator Morlock, for example, who served on the Board of Supervisors or served in county government in Orange County, who raised a series of concerns there. So it's a different county, much smaller, but certainly very large still. So I'd love to hear about the implications on other counties. I'd love to hear people talk a little bit about the path to victory. This has been attempts to expand the board. We've got 1962, 1976, 1992, 1996, 2000, repeated attempts to expand the board that were rejected by voters. And now we're talking about maybe moving this to a statewide vote. What is the electoral path to victory in terms of convincing people, even if we decide this is the right thing to do? And is it appropriate for that decision to be made by the state voters rather than the county voters? And then this question about the the countywide executive and elected executive, I absolutely agree that with the comments that have been made and the findings of the grand jury. I mean, ultimately, I do think there's a lot of value to expanding the board, given the size of this county, the diversity of this county, all the issues that were just raised by the senator. I also think that ultimately the board is not going to want to empower an executive who can actually run a functional operation and bureaucracy. It's extraordinary you were able to get that through in 2007. I do think it's a recipe for disaster if you expand the board and not have in place a strong executive. At the same time, how do we make sure? I mean, Mr. Jansen said it correctly. It depends on who gets elected. How do you make sure it doesn't get too political? And then also on this cost issue, would we be, in order to get the voters to be willing to support a reform such along the lines of what we've been discussing? Will we write a bill that ends up, tying the hands of the county government in all sorts of ways down the line that will actually be ultimately very detrimental, because we're so anxious to make sure that there's no cost increases associated with this expansion, so as to win over people's votes? And will that lead to unintended consequences that could end up leading to greater dysfunction in county government? So there's a lot of different ideas, but would love to hear people's thoughts about these various questions that came to my mind as I heard the discussion.
I'll just address the one question you asked about should the state impose this, or should the voters of the state impose this? Should be a statewide measure or another vehicle. I think it'd be. There are two mortal threats to this kind of a reform. One is that it's going to cost more money, which can be addressed, as Senator Mendoza has already discussed. And the other is that it's going to be imposed by people who have no stake in what goes on in LA County. And frankly, I share that view. I don't see any reason why somebody in Del Norte County has a right to tell me or my county what kind of structure I have, any more than I think they'd like it for us to impose an elected executive or a 15-member board of supervisors in Del Norte County. And I think the easiest way to kill this reform is to have it imposed from the outside. And as you know, the institutional opposition to this will be substantial, and they will have access to resources to fight this if they choose to. I've not discussed this with any member of the board. I'm only surmising that one or more of them may not feel kindly towards this kind of a proposal, and they need a raison d'etre to try to kill it. What's the best raison d'etre? Why should people in Santa Clara County, Mono County, Inyo County, why should they get to vote on how, there's a path forward to how to reform it in LA County. If LA County wanted to do it, the board could put it on the board. There could be an initiative campaign, 150,000 or thereabout signatures to put a charter amendment on the ballot in LA County. It's not that complicated. And then it's organic to LA. So I caution, I know how strongly you and how hard you worked on it, Senator Mendoza, but I think we all ought to step back, take a 30,000-foot view and see how does this play. And by the way, I'm not sure people in Del Norte County feel like they have to impose anything on LA County. Maybe some of those Giants fans up in Northern California will say, yeah, we'll stick it to beat LA, but I think they would, thinking people would say, why am I being asked to vote on their structure of government? That's my thought.
So given the fact that LA County's explored this several times, and of course, the last time was 16 years ago, so it was a while back, and certainly there have been a lot of changes. How would we craft something that would actually pass muster with the voters, given the lack of success in the previous years?
Number one, there was an effort to create a county executive. What was the first time? What was the year? 1970?
Mid-70s, I think.
1978 or somewhere in the mid to late 70s. It lost 53 to 47. I think it was an expansion of the board coupled with an elected executive. That's, I think, in your staff documents. That was pretty close. All efforts to expand the board without any other concomitant reform on the executive side have been beaten 2-1. And one of them was while I was a member of the board, and then several of them before I was a member of the board. But by the way, efforts to expand the LA City Council from 15 to 17 got beat 2-1. I would bet if you put something on the ballot in LA County to expand the board with nothing else, cost containment, whatever you want, but no other reform, I bet a lot of money that it's going to lose 2-1, because that's kind of been the generic thing. It's interesting. Mr. Polanco is old enough to remember the city controller.
Young enough.
In 1977, we put a charter amendment on the City of LA ballot to try to remove the city controller from elective office and make him a CPA. Kind of like our city attorney. Well, he's elected, but kind of like the auditor controller of the county. You got to have some qualifications. It lost 3-1. Eliminating an office lost 3-1. A couple of years later, we tried to expand the board, or the council, by 2 members, lost 2-1. So, you got to make a case. So that gets to the nub of your question. How do you get this kind of thing passed? It's got to start from the bottom up. It's not going to be imposed from the top down. Mm-hmm. You got to get stakeholders in the community, neighborhood associations, chambers of commerce, business groups, newspaper editorial boards. From the ground up, people need to understand why. Is this just to quote one of my former colleagues, is this just rearranging the chairs and the decks of the Titanic, or is there something that we can get out of this? And you got to make that case. I gave one example. There are plenty of others that are not just negative but positive examples of how government could work more efficiently, more timely decisions. Timely decisions save money. Does that mean that all decisions are going to be right? No. I guarantee you all the decisions of 5-member boards aren't right either. They'll be right more times than not, and if they're wrong, the person who made that decision as the elected executive is going to be held accountable for it at the ballot box, which is a pretty good motivation, as we all know, to try to do the right thing and not do silly things. But it's got to be organic. It's got to come from the ground up, and anything that falls short of that is probably destined to failure. It will not be imposed. People won't. They don't trust you. They don't trust me. When I was an elected official, they trust me even less now. They don't trust us. Everybody's thinking there must be a reason for it. He wants to run for it. That's why Polanco was shrewd in saying at the outset he has no interest in. But that's what people think. Why is this important to me? I know why it's important to him or to him. So it's got to come from real people and then get embraced by the political class, but it isn't going to start with the political class. It will fail.
Well, that's my fear, because I think that's where it is right now. And
That's
the
where it is
question
right
is,
now.
Senator Morlock says in his letter, I have yet to hear any clamoring from the public on this issue, and we all know this is probably the right thing to do. We've studied this carefully, but at the same time, creating a grassroots upswell is.
With all due respect to Senator Morlock, there are 17 items on the ballot this year, most of which there's not been public clamoring about. Okay. Sometimes that doesn't mean that there can't be a public response to it, and that you can't, that the public, the voters can't be convinced by a generic, organic, I don't want to say uprising, it's not an uprising, a reform proposal. Some of the great reforms we've ever had. Some of them have come out of crises, and some of them have just been good government things. Right. And this could be one of those.
Senator, if I may, let me echo the point that former supervisor has made with regards to it not being imposed. That's critical. And this is really about local determination within the county boundaries. Cannot have another county imposing this or even voting, quite frankly, the voters voting for this. And I'll emphasize and support, it's got to come from within. It's got to be a grassroots effort that can, and when that occurs, you'll have sustainability because there's buy-in. My experience in organizing in the Maravilla housing program, the NDP, it was successful because it had buy-in from those who were going to be affected. They invested time, energy, there was constant communication, and you have probably one of the premier programs in redevelopment there in East Los Angeles. So concur with the 2 points that were made by Supervisor.
I want to build on what the supervisor said. I want to build on what the supervisor said and what Senator Polanco said, because, look, and this is one of the great challenges that we face, as particularly now at the rate of change. This notion of public clamoring is an interesting concept. Henry Ford said if you asked people what they wanted, they would tell you they want a faster horse. When I was a kid, Dick Tracy had one of these things with FaceTime, right? I mean, I kind of clamored for one, but never thought it was realistic. The notion is in a government that is thinking forward, that is thinking differently. The question, which I am always never will go to about whether something will pass, as you know, I'm working on tax reform, which is about the dumbest thing in the world to do. And the last thing I talk about is what's passing. I'm trying to say, what's the problem I'm trying to solve, and how do I solve it? And then you interject the political or the PR or the messaging people to figure out whether it's possible. And so I only suggest that in the sense that, again, going back to what the problem we're trying to solve. Senator Polanco talked about the important notion of representation. You know, you know, I don't want to be branded this way. I was talking to Diane Griffiths, who was kind of telling me if I raise this, I'm going to be in trouble, but that's okay. It's about scale. If you look at what's happening in government, smaller units of government, where people feel more closely, more connected, whether it's people that look like you, whether it's your neighbors, whether people know the neighborhood. Schlepping to the County Board of Supervisors from Mr. Runner's district is not a fun experience. Schlepping to the County Board of Supervisors from my district is not a fun experience. So I would just interject, if the notion is, and again, I don't have an answer, but I think it's an appropriate question. You know, you have 58 counties in California that are accidents of history. And if we're going to give a rethink to this, you know, and you got 10 million people, maybe you divide and you copy what San Francisco's done. And you have the city of Los Angeles as a city and county to combine those issues. If you look at the old business model and you look at the old charters of the city of Los Angeles, they had a milk commission, they had social services, they had all the kinds of things that the state currently imposes as a county as a service provider. So maybe that works. You have an 11-member board in San Francisco, but they're also a city council. I'm not suggesting that model would work. I'm just suggesting that starting with that process. San Gabriel Valley is quite different than so much of what's happening in other parts, or Lancaster, or the South Bay. And these are, you know, 88 cities in LA County, 86 school districts, 487 subdivisions of government with all the special districts and all the other things that are going on. I did a bill back as a result of 1994, as a result of a constitutional revision commission, to offer up to the County of Los Angeles the notion of maybe you guys should sit back and reorganize, and we can reorganize the financing structure and take a look with the county, the cities, and special districts together. Of all the 16,000 bills I voted on when I served in government before, never had I seen more opposition, starting with the Alameda County Mosquito Abatement District. And this only applied to LA because they were afraid if it worked in LA, it might go to the mosquito abatement vector interests in Alameda. Because there's a political architecture. Everybody's got lawyers and accountants and lobbyists and all the people that want to protect the status quo. If we're going to really look at this in a way to look at the republic, I would only tell you that I think that, I'm not advocating for it, I just think that when you look at what's going on and how decisions are being made in order to involve communities, the notion of creating communities where people have an interest, state senate districts of 1 million people, are a little ridiculous. Okay, I would say the same thing. And so, you know, yes, it may not pass, but it took 42 times for the Civil Rights Act to pass. It took, you know, 5 times for a redistricting commission to pass. Term limits that people bellyache about, 50% plus one, thing that people said would never happen. So I only suggest those things in terms of, I know that we frame this in that context, but I think that this is, as I say, a set of fresh eyes, and that whatever it takes, but focus not on looking backwards, but thinking about tomorrow. And so I you know, it's extraordinary, and I really think it's really a great issue. But I mean, I personally think San Gabriel should have a separate, I'm not saying because I'm sitting next to San Gabriel here, but, or the South Bay should have a separate county. Why should that not make sense?
On the services issue, a couple of, you know, the NACO report, California counties are unique. As you indicated, an accidental act, but it happened before the Constitution was approved in California. There were counties.
That's right.
In most counties in the United States, the services are provided by the state or the cities.
That's right.
And Willie Brown at one point authored a bill to eliminate counties. And that, in some way, is what you're talking about, because if you do eliminate counties, which I wouldn't oppose,
Right.
you shift the services to the state or to cities. And the unincorporated area, you move into individual cities or create another city. That would give you a whole different perspective on how to deal with the issue of the size of a governing body. Counties don't have to provide those services. The state can provide them. In New York City, the mayor provides everything. It's
Right.
a wonderful system. Education, healthcare, and all of the services are in one place.
Right.
That's a pretty damn good model, I think, for
Yeah,
how
I
to
think
deliver
so, too.
services.
Yeah, it's a big deal.
Senator Renner, did you want to make a couple comments?
Well, I was going to, let me help Senator Hertzberg. We can dust off my 20-year-old legislation, which did precisely that. And I think that is the challenge. I think that is the challenge, and that is trying to figure out how it is that you convince and give a glimpse of future to voters. I probably bristle a little bit at the issue of nobody's clamoring for change either. I kind of feel like as an elected official, I want to try to get there before my constituents start clamoring.
Yeah.
Because that's right before the revolution, I
It's all
think.
about Trump and Bernie Sanders.
So, I think I'm a little worried about that being such a simplistic view. I think, in times, I think, I mean, I don't mean this in a negative way, in a demeaning way, but most of my constituents just want it to work.
Right.
They just want it to work. They don't want to understand how or why. They just want to know that the stuff gets done.
Absolutely.
And I think that a lot of times then it's up to us to figure out that path to help to get things done.
I was asking to be provocative. Let's hear from our vice chair.
You know, as I was listening to all your testimony, it was very fascinating. You know, I always ask myself, so is the County of LA doing a better job of managing and providing services than the City of LA? Because, you know, if you look at, they have a mayor, they have a larger board, and when you go down throughout all the counties and all the cities, which format is the better format? And it strikes me, even when we were thinking in terms of the governor and the legislature, that form of government, I think the quality of the people elected is probably more important. I do think that how far you are from the people makes a huge difference too. There was a short time, 4 years, where I had 1.4 million people in my district. And there were a number of states that were smaller than my district. And while it was a real challenge for our office to provide quality services for all of them as an ombudsman for the state, because the numbers were just overwhelming. If you could just speak to the addressing the size of counties. I mean, when you look at some of the counties, as one of my colleagues mentioned earlier, they're tiny, yet we have some that are huge. None of them as large as Los Angeles, but still huge. Would it make sense, in your opinions, to create additional counties and limit the size of the county in whole, so that perhaps it'd be more manageable that way, balancing against economies of scale?
Can I answer that on an administrative standpoint? Put aside for a minute the cost of adding more executive officers, more elected officials, et cetera. San Diego had maybe 2 million people when I was there, and 19 cities? 18 cities. As in the administrator, I met monthly with every city manager in the city.
Really?
Okay? So we had an organization where, I mean, a meeting where the university presidents and I and the Navy, which is big, would meet regularly. Huge difference in terms of Los Angeles. I moved to LA, 88 cities. You know, I would see a city manager once a year. I tried a couple times to get everybody into a meeting. It was impossible. You can't get around LA, let alone get people to meetings. And there is, I think, a consequence to effectiveness of being able to meet with the key players in an organization. And that is a good size. LA, it is not possible to do that with 10 million people. You can't. You're chasing your tail all the time. So I think there is a practical argument for doing that. I don't know economically how it would work or service-wise.
So let me put the political hat to the other side of the reality is excuse me. The reality is that before you have a two-prong, an issue that should be addressed, the executive officer expansion of the board. We've had conversation, Senator, with regards to, is the county in itself too big? And, you know, there's definitely argument to say yes. But in the short period of time when you all return and begin to look at the legislative process to begin to move, I would suggest that you convene a body and look at it so that you have the long-term, a study be done. And I know how that sounds in our process. But I think there's some questions out there that need to be answered, and someone should look at maybe the county is 10 million too many, but to do it in the framework of this bill would be counterproductive. It would be convoluting the debate and giving your position and your idea, not giving it the merit that of real analysis. Senator.
Senator Blanco, I just want to make sure it's not my idea. I just was asking the question.
Oh,
I don't want to be
All
tagged
right.
with it. You know, I don't know. I think that our job in this thing is to deliberate. That's what a legislative branch is, and to look at all the questions and to focus on the end game. And so I just threw that out as an idea because it concerns me that we have such a big operation. It's hard to manage. It's what Mr. Jansen said. He can't get around, and maybe that personal relationship, and particularly communities. You know, if you're living in La Puente, what relationship do you have someone? How often do you go to Lancaster or to Long Beach or whatever the case may be? These are really significantly different communities.
Could I add one example? The riots in LA, 92?
92.
Okay. What did we do in San Diego? We immediately called all of the pastors, the law enforcement, city council mayors, board mayors, and we sat down and talked about what are we going to do in San Diego to make sure this doesn't happen. And it didn't. So that's just an example of why size makes a difference.
I just, on the issue of structure, of breaking up the county or not, it has a whole lot of other implications, demographic, geographic, legal, and otherwise. But I was reminded when Senator Hertzberg started going through the litany of boards and districts that we have, and maybe this is a good thing to be the last thing that I'll say at the hearing. Queen Elizabeth and Prince Philip came to LA in 1982 or 83 on a state visit. And there was a big reception for the Queen at the Music Center. And several of us on the city council at that time noticed that Prince Philip was alone. Nobody was paying any attention to him. Everybody wanted a photo with the Queen. And so we walked over to him and we introduced ourselves. I said, I'm Councilman Yaroslavsky, Councilman Wax, Councilman Burnson. And the Duke of Edinburgh said, well, he says, I've met the mayor and I know who he is, and I've met the supervisors, though I don't know what they supervise. And now I've met you councilors. I don't understand your system of government. So we gave him about a 2 to 3 minute tutorial on the state-local government relationship. This won't be funny to you, but it was funny to him. Mosquito abatement district, flood control district, school district, cities, counties, air quality management district, I mean, you name it. And after 3 minutes, he peered over his glasses and he says, I now understand the genius of your system. And we said, really? What is it? He says, it's designed not to govern. And that, in a sense, is what we are plagued with, is so many, and this goes back 100 or more years, the Hiram Johnson reforms and all. We have a state which has made a virtue out of not only separation of powers in the conventional sense, but not concentrating too much power in any one level of government, any school district, any city. New York example is a good one. This state's DNA wouldn't allow a strong man or strong woman to control transportation, education, welfare, municipal services and all. It would be a pretty interesting and quixotic kind of an effort. So I think when we look at it kind of in a more, in the broader view, I'm a believer, not only because I'm teaching history these days at UCLA, but because I've always believed, as I think David does too, is you got to look at the historical context. How do we get here? And not only what's changing ahead, but how did we get here, and how do you reconcile the two?
Senator Mendoza.
Thank you all for your wonderful input. And I just, for me, and as a creator of SEA 8 and trying to move this discussion forward, my biggest concern and my biggest motivation was to make sure that we had adequate representation, have people create more accountability, more accessibility from our constituents, knowing that this county was just too big and for $2 million per supervisor is just outrageous. That was my primary motivation, and I was kind of blinded by that. That was what I was focused on. Having gone through the process and talking to other legislators and seeing the grand jury report, seeing that there's other issues that are out there, the governance structure. And I don't know if we could separate both and say, look, do we all agree that it's just too big and we need to increase our representation? I hope that by the end of the day we could agree to that. But then there's the issue of governance. Are we really out of hand? And I spent 10 years on the city council, and it was a small city council, but we had 5 members, and we were all different, and we kind of worked with each other or not at times. But the manager was supposed to carry out our vision, supposed to carry out what we want him to do, and he had to go out there and get it done. And he was accountable every year when we had to evaluate him. Now, I know the county's really big. You have 5 supervisors. I always saw that, when Dave served at the same time that I was in the city council, so I know that his work, I always saw him, and I would see him at the contract cities talk about how well the county was doing. And I know that he was able to kind of carry that vision for the board. Not sure how he did it, and he wasn't elected, but you could see that he would carry it out. And I appreciate you bringing out the example of Martin Luther King Hospital. Having had a cousin who actually died at that hospital in the early 90s from, I thought it was inadequate care, it personally affected my family. And to see what happened to it, I think it's a shame, because that community really needed and still needs, I guess, a really good hospital there. Going back to the CEO model, and Mr. Jensen, you said your recommendation was having a voter-approved, strong executive model. You said elect the CEO, fine, but you're a little bit more hesitant about that. And the stronger executive model, is that based on the individual contract that a next manager, CEO to the county would do, or is it something that you would create in statute and codify into the charter of the county when you make reference to that?
If I understood your question, it has to be codified in the charter. It would never take hold otherwise. It will take a period of years to do that anyway, but it has to be codified. The difference, I'm thinking, I don't know that we have any elected offices that have minimum requirements other than age.
District attorney.
District attorney has to be an attorney, okay.
And the city attorney.
Maybe a consideration, instead of equating an elected exec to an elected mayor, is you have an elected executive with minimum requirements.
Right.
Because it's in my experience, elected officials that I've worked with don't run to manage. They're not interested in managing, right? That's what we do. So having that kind of requirement for an elected exec, not an elected mayor, may somehow bridge the differences.
Right. Right.
So you'd call him an executive as opposed to a mayor. Is that what you're saying?
Right. And then and I was getting to that because I know that if he was able, you had the trust of the board, so you were able to carry out your duties. Now, whoever this executive is that gets either elected or appointed, having the trust of the board, that's going to be an issue all the time. But having been, if he is rightfully elected, then you have to make it work somehow, I would imagine. But it's one of the, because being appointed, you had 3 or at least 3 of the board members that actually appointed you, right, to be the executive director. So I think it's one of the things we have to consider, if it should be elected or should be appointed. And I think that's one of the questions that maybe as we grapple today, if you have anything to add on that, I would love to you to answer that. Which model would you think we should go, and maybe require some sort of background in management or some kind? And the other question I kind of wanted to pose out there, and Mr. Yarzowski answered a little bit of it, and I appreciate that, is how do we overcome the problems that even Senator Runner mentioned is it's easy to target and criticize the expansion of the board, or even having an executive, a CEO there, right? It's going to be easy for the board members and the people to criticize. Oh, you're gonna more. Why do you want more? Why do you want more politicians? Why do you want to spend more money? Those criticisms that bring down these kind of measures, right? And you mentioned that having a bottom-up approach, having buy-in from the community. You're talking about explaining to the voters why is it in their best interest to vote for something. How are you being taken advantage of by having such a large population being managed or run by 5 people who actually don't have probably management skills and not doing anything at this moment without a county executive. So that was one example, one idea you gave, Mr. Yaroslavsky. Maybe if others have input on how we can move such a measure forward, and how do we have buy-in from others?
I think an appointed CEO established in the charter would be much easier to sell to the public than an elected mayor, because they don't want it. You already have a CAO in a county. You already have examples of other counties where there are CEOs that work. San Diego, I think, Walt, you might know, it seems to me in the 80s, it was the Chamber of Commerce, the grand jury, leaders in the community that came forward with the charter change and convinced the voters. It's harder in LA because of the size, but that's your ground roots organizations. Where's Alan? Alan could do this. You get the Chamber and the League of Women Voters and the pastors and heads of ethnic groups to push a charter change to create a strong CEO. Or you have an elected officials and actually have some minimum requirements, experience, managing. Yeah.
Let me just take the other side of that argument for a second and explain why I think that probably doesn't work, even if you put it in the charter. The board, a board of supervisors would have the power to hire or fire the CEO. On any given Tuesday, 3 votes can fire the CEO. And that won't change unless you have a model where if you appoint the CEO, he's got a 4-year contract, you can't do anything to him. I don't think that would be a good model either. So I just raised that issue. And one of the reasons the model we worked on never took root, part of it wasn't in the charter. Large part of it was the board members really didn't want to change the way they were doing business before. And part of the purpose of this was to try to insulate department heads from the meddling of the Board of Supervisors individually and collectively. And it just didn't work because habits die hard, and it didn't die. And it got so bad, to be honest with you, when they finally pulled the plug on that structure, I couldn't get excited about it because really nothing had changed over that period of time. And there are a lot of reasons why that happened, which we don't need to discuss here, but I really think that the appointed executive would still be at the mercy of a board, not at the mercy of the 10 million people of the county. And I can see, I mean, I use the example, let's use the King Hospital example. Would that have changed anything? If a representative of that area had told the CEO, listen, this is politically very complicated for me. Just duck. Let me handle it. What would you have done? I mean, I think I know what you would have done. You're not the benchmark here. You're above average. But I think most bureaucrats would have said, yeah, sure, supervisor, whatever you say.
Above average. Above average.
Above average.
Yeah, it's above average. I'm not sure how you successfully get a minimum requirement for an elected office. I'm not even sure. I get the fact that it may work with an attorney and a district attorney and a city attorney. But I don't know, what is that? You need a master's in public administration? What is the bar that you're going to be setting out there? And so I don't know how practically you actually kind of get there when you start trying to identify what that means. I tend to believe probably that in one sense you can directly elect the executive, and it's not a management issue, it's a leadership issue. And because, I mean, I think we've all know lots of people who have lots of degrees and lots of experience and lots of time, but they lack leadership. And what you don't want, I think, as an executive is somebody who just knows how to kind of keep things managed. You need to have somebody who can lead. And to me, that oftentimes then means that the voters have to then help choose who that is. So I would be concerned about having some kind of a minimum requirement that was a bit elusive in regards to what you're looking for.
Senator Lara.
Thank you. I wanted to just several times, and I do show the concern about having the entire state have some sort of influence and determination on how we choose to govern ourselves here in LA County. The question for me is, and I know some folks were talking about, it would be easy if we stay as the 5 members, but in our opinion, for somebody who actually grew up his entire life in an unincorporated county community, democracy isn't easy. And I don't think it was ever meant to be easy. And I think now the changing times, if you were to tell me that where we're at now as an electorate in LA County has completely changed even from 10 years ago. And so I think this discussion is very timely, and it merits us to continue to have these dialogues about the future of our LA County that looks very different nowadays. And I think there is a tremendous need for us to continue to look at this. There have been several comments about funding and the increase of funding that would entail to expand the board or to create the new executive position. My question is, couldn't we do this already with existing funds from the county?
Yes. Well, you almost have to be practically speaking.
I think that's what Senator Mendoza has been driving at with cost containment. I think you could do it.
Okay.
I mean, if you expanded the board, say, from 5 to 7, you would have that.
You simply just disperse
Whatever the budget is for the 5, you divide it up 7 ways now, and every office would have a slightly lower budget, but you wouldn't grow it. If the county executive, elected county executive, I think there's plenty of resources within the county bureaucracy, an executive office for starters and elsewhere, where you could make it a cost-neutral kind of a thing. And you write that in, that you would want to write into the charter.
Absolutely.
So that it couldn't be monkeyed around with.
And just to thank you again for your leadership on this issue and your willingness to have a discussion with us. Although we are state legislators, we're born and bred here in LA County, and what happens here affects us as well. And so I'm proud to see that we're having this discussion and we're taking a leadership role and revisiting this issue. I think Senator Hertzberg really hit the nail on the head when he said, a lot of these civil rights issues have taken years. One of the big issues, as I'm sure you all know, I went head toe-to-toe with the county this year on an issue that has taken us years, if not, I think almost over 20 years when you look at the different civil rights groups that have worked to create fair and just districts for our county board of supervisors, and we finally got that done this year. So, these things take time, and I think this is a good beginning for this new effort. So I thank you again for participating in the panel.
If I may, just so that the benefit of Senator Lara and Senator Kevin De Leon, my comments, and I concur, I think Zeb and I concur that the issue of the elected executive officer and the expansion of the board have to go together. One cannot go without the other. And you weren't present, I think, when I made that statement, and I want to make sure that you hear it. That matters. It matters that it's the local LA County voters that are deciding, and that it's not being imposed upon, as Zev had testified to.
Well, just quickly, I just wanted a response to the city-county model that San Francisco has, and how do you think that might work here Or some
My honest opinion is I find it like really confusing to have the two. I think, if San Francisco had its own council and its own board, like other areas, that's very unique, and it's been around for some time, and others have not really looked at that as a model to replicate. And my opinion is I find that different, to say the least. It works there. I mean, it certainly does.
I would, the city and county of San Francisco, of course, are congruent with one another geographically.
Yeah.
So how would you do it here? And somebody had asked me about this once, was very interested in this, so I tried to imagine how you would do it. To make LA, the city of LA, its own city county. I'm not sure the city of LA would want it, but let's suppose you did it. You would have, what would you do with the remainder of the county, which would not be contiguous anymore? So you'd have, the South Bay, which would be part of whatever the new county is, or the old county is, and then you have LA, coastline, then you go up to Malibu, and I think there may even be something in the state constitution about contiguity. I know there is about political districts, legislative districts. I don't know if it relates to counties.
That's in the Supreme Court.
Supreme Court.
A series of Supreme Court decisions.
So I don't know whether there's a requirement, but I think as a practical matter, you want contiguity with your county. So that's number one. There's a second model. You could break up LA County into multiple counties. You could have a South Bay County, you could have a North County. This is a totally different discussion than the one we've been having today, and it deserves careful analysis. I hate to say it this way, who are the winners and losers? What are the winners and losers? Who ends up with a bigger human service burden and who ends up with a lesser burden? Those with the heavier human service burden, how does their tax base support the demand? There are all kinds of those kinds of questions. Aside from which, having 5 different counties in what is now LA County, does that make it better? Do we want 5 counties, no offense, but like Lancaster and Palmdale at each other's throat half the time? Or there is a regional aspect to county government. We are, as David and somebody else said, we are an arm of the state for the most part. I used to describe this to my constituents. When you see a county welfare office, what it really should say is State of California Welfare Office, Los Angeles branch, Palmdale branch, El Monte branch. So what value do we get then by breaking it up and making it smaller? I think smaller is better when it comes to municipal services and redevelopment, development, and in parks and recreation, but when it comes to welfare is not a West Side issue or a San Gabriel Valley issue. It's a human issue. It's a county-wide issue. It's a nationwide issue, really. And in a very real sense, we're an arm of the nation, of Washington, as much as we are of the state. So that's,
Right.
I haven't thought it through that much, but I know it's complicated, as
It sounds
Richard
very
said much more.
and I do appreciate, your responses and thoughts about this. And Mr. Jansen, in the beginning of his talk, talked about the structural fix that needs to happen before we endeavor this other kind of change. And I'm intrigued by that, because I think what happens here is you raise more questions than there are answers, and it takes a longer time to come to a conclusion, maybe. I mean, but you're talking to a bunch of politicians who will just, try to fix this sooner than later, so to speak. And so but I'm more intrigued in terms of how we get, because it's all about money and resources to the people that we represent, and I think we do need to be very mindful of governance and who's doing what, and people have to know who's doing what in order to access services, and we all have faults, and all levels of government have faults about who's doing what, and it makes folks out there frustrated. How to get answers and how to get services and things like that. So I appreciate your knowledge. And help here. Thank you, Ben.
I know the Pro Tem has some thoughts and questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And first, I want to thank you for your leadership and the members of this committee who have come together to talk about, at least begin discussions on an issue of governance of the largest county in the nation. And I can speak as the pro tem of the Senate, but maybe perhaps more accurately, just a citizen of LA County, and sort of my shared experiences, or perhaps deep frustrations with county government and governance, whether it's dealing with the issue of redefining what the LA River is or not. Is it a flood channel, of a vision or a lack of a vision, perhaps? Frustrations, perhaps left hand doesn't talk to the right hand in terms of local, county, federal, state government. And I can't say for state government, too, that we're perfect, by no stretch of imagination. But I think that with these incredible members of the Senate, we have really moved the ball in a whole variety of policy issues that really impacted the human condition in the right, positive way. I know I've been so frustrated on numerous occasions with LA County government. We have some great former leaders in LA County, but I think a big question, which is a legit question, is the current governance structure. I think the ultimate goal and objective is a good government at the end of the day that reaches all constituents in a way that offers the services that our constituents deserve. And I think that's an open-ended question, truth be told. I think there's a deep-rooted culture within LA County of it's a club, if you will, and no one should touch us because we're the kings and queens, or we're the viceroys. And they're accustomed to this embedded culture, which is deeply entrenched. That's the way I view it from my perch. I don't know if anyone else views it, but the fact that you've had legislation already signed into law by Governor Jerry Brown, that's going to create the process of independent redistricting that was opposed by LA County. And now perhaps an expansion. I don't know if it'll come to fruition or not, but I know that the passions are real. Will it come to fruition? We'll see. But whether it is organically driven by the County Board of Supervisors themselves and through the voters, or it's imposed on them by another state entity, and whether we read editorial boards, writings from LA News Times or LA Daily News about, is this the right way, the wrong way? Should it be organically driven by the people? I doubt highly if the LA County Board of Supervisors themselves are going to impose these types of more transparent, open governance. It's just not, irrespective if you're Republican or Democrat, it's just not human nature. It's not the way folks are calibrated or hardwired. Change comes about through other entities, whether they like it or not, imposing certain types of different laws. In this case, Senator Ricardo Lara, with regards to the Independent Redistricting Board. If it's good enough for members of Congress, if it's good enough for members of the California State Assembly, if it's good enough for members of the Senate, but it's not good enough for members of the County Board of Supervisors because they may be too good. That culture is deep and embedded. And I'm not sure if constituents get the most bang for the buck, truth be told. I know on the issue of disincorporation with regards to Vernon, highly controversial, an issue that was actually driven from the California State Legislature, be mindful. But one of the biggest arguments that helped in opposition to disincorporation in the city of Vernon was the very idea that the fiduciary agent in charge of Vernon, if in fact disincorporation were to come to fruition, was in fact going to be the LA County Board of Supervisors. So when that actually rose, that was the biggest argument to actually oppose. The very idea that the County Board of Supervisors would be in charge of a city of Vernon, that aside from the corruption and the ineptness as a city that's built for business, has worked fairly well. Aside from the corruption, now there's been a lot of reform in city government, an expansion of the constituents in the city of Vernon. But I think there's some real serious issues to be discussed, and I just want to thank the chairman, Senator Ben Allen and Senator Hertzberg and Mendoza and Anderson and Liu and Lara for their thoughtfulness. I just got a feeling that these senators present here today, and perhaps others, are going to move forward in some form or shape with policies that county board of supervisors or high-level bureaucrats in the county may not like or may not be supportive. But it's coming down the horizon. I got a feeling, unless there's some real changes. I'm really disappointed that we have no county board of supervisors present here today. That's very disappointing to me, that they can't come here and engage in a very thoughtful, straightforward, transparent manner, irrespective of political party. Because this is not ideological. This is about delivering constituent services for the most bang for your buck, and creating that sort of that dynamic with your voters. So more commentary, less questions. Obviously, I have a lot of respect for Mr. Yaroslavsky, longtime supervisor, and Mr. Polanco, former majority leader, and my good friend here, who's been a state senator and board of equalization. Obviously George, runner, and I've had the opportunity to meet, I think, Mr. Jansen just today. But I got a feeling, with these individuals here, something's going to happen. I don't know if it's going to be good, but it's going to be thoughtful. That's for sure. And if you got this germinating in the Senate, who knows what will happen in the Assembly, even if it's stopped in the Assembly, I've just got a feeling it's going to keep going on anyways, and keep going on anyways, and keep going on anyways until some internal changes. That's just my doubt. I know I've been frustrated on a whole numerous occasions with county board supervisors as well as the bureaucracy. And finally, for the first time, and my colleagues, with no place like home, the $2 billion repurposing for homeless individuals, the psychology, the cultures, this is our money. No, it's not your money. The money belongs to the people. But my predecessor, then Darrell Steinberg, who moved forward Prop 63. But that's such an embedded culture that things have to change. There's no question about it. So I just want to add my 2 cents, my commentary, and just thank the members of this committee here for your leadership on this issue.
Okay. So I'm I was just asking for clarification. How it was that we were able to impose the redistricting commission on the county, where at the same. Sorry. No, we're now requiring it for LA County, but we'd still have to go to a statewide vote if the legislature wanted to impose this upon LA County, and it has to do with constitutional rules relating to county governance. Is that correct? Right. The charter to but LA County was a charter. I mean, the charter still impacts the redistricting issue. No.
The scope of county charters are circumscribed a little bit more in terms of it's not as broad as, say, a city charter, which allows kind of wide latitude in terms of the authority that a city charter can specify. But the county charter is a little bit more narrowly prescribed, so we can override some aspects of county governance, say that we might not be able to do with other local governments.
But something like board expansion and elected executives would be that's something that we wouldn't be able to just do on our own.
I believe that's true. I'm not certain.
Okay, that would be a very important clarification, because we're moving. I mean, we've always been. Do you guys have any thoughts on this? Because we've been working.
Not without a vote. Not without a statewide vote.
You're certain about that? Okay. All right. Because there seems to be.
I thought there was a path for the state to put on a ballot on a county issue, but maybe.
Right, we could go to the ballot.
Go to the ballot.
But in the case.
Right, so you could keep it from the whole state deciding it and just go to the ballot of that county and make it, and put the state on the.
That is correct.
Right.
So the state legislature could put onto the LA County ballot.
Yes.
A reform measure relating to LA County.
Yes.
Well, that's very interesting.
Well, and avoid all the criticism then of all the other issues that come up as to why the whole state's voting on that particular issue,
Right.
right?
That's what it takes.
One issue, well, that's very interesting. So one thing, first of all, just want to thank the panel. This is fantastic. We're looking forward to seeing the next couple of panels. One of the interesting things kind of hanging out there is, the one area where there seemed to be consensus on everything with regards to a stronger executive and an expanded board, the value of an expanded board. But this whole question of a charter strengthened executive versus an elected executive is a very interesting one. I've been reading the letter from the International City County Management Association, which of course very strongly supports would support a strengthened manager, a non-elected manager. But at some point there's this trigger where the size of an entity gets to the point where it just doesn't make sense to have an appointed person versus an elected person. We would never think of having an appointed manager at the gubernatorial level or the presidential level, and yet it seems that for a lot of small cities it makes a lot of sense to have an appointed manager. I would posit that LA County is of the size that it would make sense for us to have an elected person. But really appreciate the thoughts of the panelists, and we're now going to call up the second panel. Thank you so much, gentlemen.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Chairman of my partnership committee here, which I serve both on your committee and as chair of the governance committee, government and finance committee, I have to go attend a board meeting for a local university, so I apologize. But we're leaving our very able staff in place as a resource and to report in the continuation of the hearing. So thank you so very much, Mr.
Thank you, Senator. I know the other senators will stick around. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. Okay, so we're next hearing from the second panel, we've got, it's true that none of the supervisors from LA County came, but we do have LA County's Chief Legislative Representative, Phyllis Marshall, who's here to speak on behalf of the county. She's got an unenviable task, perhaps. We've also got Peter DeMarco, who's the Legislative Director for Orange County, who certainly would be implicated by SCA 8 as it was written. And then Walt Eckhart, who's former San Diego County Chief Administrator, but as was mentioned, Walls is here on behalf of the California State Association of Counties. And so I'm sure we will have a wonderful discussion with you. We'll look at issues of strong executive. We'll look at issues of the charter. Love to hear your thoughts on the previous panel and love to hear your prepared comments as well. So we'll start with you, Ms. Marshall, representing Los Angeles County. Thank you for being here.
Senator, could I intervene? We've kind of put this together in a way that'll make it a lot smoother.
Oh, okay.
If you let me go first.
Fantastic. We'd love to hear from you. Okay.
I like that.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony and to be in the room with so many distinguished public servants, among them my home, Senator Anderson. My name is Walt Eckhart. I am here this morning speaking on behalf of the California State Association of Counties, which you all know better as CSAC. By way of personal background, I was an above-average chief administrator for San Diego County from 1999 until I retired at the end of 2012, after which I had the opportunity to work as chief operating officer for the city of San Diego for roughly 6 months in 2013 during a particularly tumultuous time in that city's history. In the interest of time and with your indulgence, I'm going to read these comments because they do reflect, for the most part, CSAC's position, and then I'd be happy to obviously answer any questions on a personal or level or with respect to CSAC. Let me first speak briefly to the question of expanding the number of supervisorial districts and then address the question of whether or not a CAO should be an elected official. For both of these questions, there are common beliefs and recurring themes supported by CSAC. First and foremost, local control is at the heart of these issues and a guiding principle for CSAC as an organization. Counties should be allowed maximum flexibility to structure their organizations through the process of local option control. It naturally follows that CSAC supports the authority of charter counties and the existing process through which a charter may be applied or amended. Second, local control by the Board of Supervisors and by the voters of the county is also important to the issue of elected ministerial officials. CSAC believes the Board of Supervisors of individual counties should retain authority to determine whether to submit proposals for appointment of elected officials to the voters. Finally, CSAC believes that the office of county supervisor should continue to be nonpartisan, enabling the voters to elect their representatives on the basis of local issues and to enable supervisors to solve problems without binding allegiances to political parties. CSAC believes strongly that the principle of local control applies to the question of whether or not to add supervisorial districts to counties with large populations. As is noted in the committee analysis, charter counties are currently vested with the authority to seek additional supervisorial seats through the charter process, which requires approval by the voters of any particular county. Workarounds like those proposed in last year's Senate Constitutional Amendment 8 unfortunately undermine the integrity of the county charter. True, counties are a subdivision of the state, but specifically SCA 8 was problematic because it asked for a statewide vote to decide a local governing board decision. It placed restrictions on expenditures to support 2, 4, or more new offices and districts. Most importantly, it proposed to override charter authority established by the state. For these reasons, CSAC opposed the measure. Furthermore, SCA 8 was problematic because it assumed simply adding additional supervisorial seats would result in adequate representation. This may be too simplistic in some instances, and we appreciate the committee analysis noting other options may be more appropriate. What is clear to CSAC is that different counties may have different solutions that meet the needs of their communities. County boundaries have not been changed for over 100 years, while cities and special districts have formed, dissolved, and annexed new areas throughout that time period. Boundary changes may be a difficult process, but in some instances appropriate. For other counties, the layers of other local governments and services provided by the cities and special districts must be considered. And if population is the single determining factor for how many supervisors are needed, that ultimate question of what is the right size, the magic number, needs to be vetted. And finally, the question should be asked, does this magic number somehow indirectly impact small population counties? Could those small counties have too many supervisorial seats? To the second question, that of considering an elected county chief administrator or executive officer, the principles I mentioned earlier also apply. Once again, CSAC believes that the principle of local control, allowing the Board of Supervisors and local voters the authority to make such decisions, is of paramount importance to the smooth and effective functioning of counties. Moreover, it is important to understand that the unique nature of county governments, the vast differences that exist between counties large and small, make a simplistic solution based just on total population problematic. CSAC does not have established policy specific to the issue of elected CAOs, and I can't speak for 58 unique counties, but I can speak as an example to the circumstances as they exist and have existed in San Diego County for nearly 2 decades. San Diego County is unquestionably and by any objective measure one of the best run local governments in America, and they are proud of that. There are, of course, many reasons for this, but one of the most important is particularly relevant to this hearing today. The synergy that exists between the elected Board of Supervisors and their appointed strong CAO has been a critical element in San Diego County's success. Quite simply, it has been about the board and its CAO understanding and respecting their respective roles. In San Diego County, the Board of Supervisors is elected by the voters to make policy. They set the tone for the organization and then get out of the way and let their professional staff, headed by their appointed CAO, set that policy into motion.
And that's done by charter?
Yes.
Okay, so it's similar to what Mr. Jansen was suggesting, okay.
The board does not engage in or otherwise interfere with the day-to-day management of the organization. They hold their CAO strictly accountable for the effective administration of county government and trust his or her management skill and experience to carry out their policy direction. The appointed CAO is not burdened or necessarily conflicted by politics or the need to stand for election. The appointed CAO answers to the elected board and only the board, and is subject to the board's approval of his or her performance on an ongoing basis. We all know there are a number of so-called strong mayors in many cities across America where the elected mayor is effectively the chief executive for that city. It's a role akin to what an elected chief executive in county government would be like. In some cases, such strong mayors turn out to have executive level management skills and can competently manage and lead. In other cases, they don't. I mentioned for a brief time I served the elected mayor of the city of San Diego. And apart from the issues which ultimately drove the mayor from office just 9 months into his term, I can assure you that the mayor's complete lack of executive experience, something I observed firsthand, nearly drove the city to ruin. The problem with an elected chief executive is that if the voters make a mistake, they can't easily correct it. Had the mayor of San Diego not been forced out of office for reasons unrelated to his executive competence, he likely would still be mayor today. And I can assure you the city of San Diego would not be the better for it. In recent times, as governments have become more complex and difficult to manage, having a professionally trained CAO with the appropriate and necessary background in finance and management has been an essential element of effective, efficient government administration. giving voters the burden of trying to determine whether a particular political candidate has the necessary background, experience, and temperament to manage and lead a bureaucracy is asking a lot. Having an elected CAO subject to the whims of politics also jeopardizes the professional leadership counties count on for managing day-to-day operations. Recruiting and retaining top-level government executives to a circumstance that subjects them to the whims of a political boss is difficult and creates risk for the organization. An elected chief executive, by definition in my judgment, also diminishes the role of those who serve on councils or boards, and to some extent undermines the importance of the legislative branch of local government. In closing, allow me to address the question of what role the state should take in considering the governance model changes under consideration here today. CSAC has confidence that the legislature will be thoughtful and deliberative, fully recognizing the unique differences between counties. CSAC also respectfully requests that you ensure the authority of charter counties is not undermined and that voters of a local jurisdiction make the determination, not voters from outside jurisdictions, on how their county is governed and what resources are available to support that governance structure. I very much appreciate your time and am available to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Very interesting counterbalance to some of the things said earlier. Okay, we'll have a broader discussion, but let's now go to Ms. Marshall.
Thank you, Chairman Allen, Senators Mendoza and Senator Anderson. My name is Phyllis Marshall, and I'm the Chief Legislative Advocate for Los Angeles County. And this conversation and dialogue is very important. Certainly has raised lots of questions as I've prepared my testimony. But I do want to say that in listening to the discussion amongst the members of the panel and even the members of the Senate, I believe that there certainly is more agreement with respect to where Los Angeles County is in terms of strongly supporting self-governance and self-determination by its local residents, that its local residents should be vested with the authority to determine the governance of Los Angeles County. And certainly, the opposition that we had last year, really that was the seminal question. The question of whether or not the Board of Supervisors should be increased, whether or not there should be an elected CEO. From the perspective of Los Angeles County, the major concern that we had with the SEA 8 was the ability of voters throughout the state of California to determine the governance of Los Angeles County. And as I have listened to this dialogue today amongst the esteemed panelists and even members of the Senate, certainly that issue is important to many members here in this room. I would like to say too that the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors, this is a very important and serious conversation, and unfortunately today was a planned MTA board meeting, and all of the members of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors serves on the board. They did struggle with trying to have a representative here. I certainly had a conversation, a sidebar with the President Pro Tem, because they do take this dialogue very important, and also the relationship that they have with the members of the Los Angeles County delegation, with you, Senator Allen, Senator Mendoza, Senator Hertzberg, President Pro Tem. And so this is a very, very important conversation to the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors, and I just want to make sure that you're aware of this. The Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors has a long-standing history of supporting a system of local governance and opposing proposals which would diminish county self-governance. Keeping in line with this long-standing policy, we are pleased to associate our comments with the CSAC. LA County is a member of CSAC. But as to the question of whether or not counties should have elected executives in larger boards, as you know, LA County has over 10 million residents. 9 million of the county's population reside in 88 cities, and each city has an elected city council. The remaining 1 million residents in the county reside in the unincorporated areas of the county, and the Board of Supervisors effectively serves as the city council for those individuals. As a region, LA County is well represented by elected officials. Each of the county's 88 cities has anywhere from 5 to 15 elected city council members. There are 15 state senators, 24 state assembly members, 18 members of Congress, all of whom represent the residents of Los Angeles County. Los Angeles County strongly opposes any legislative proposal that would diminish county self-reliance. Los Angeles County's charter already provides voters the option to expand the Board of Supervisors through a local ballot, and as you are aware, since 1962, LA County voters have considered that and rejected the measure 4 times. Last year, the Senate considered and rejected Senate Constitutional Amendment 8 by Senator Mendoza. SCA 8 would have provided for a statewide ballot measure to require counties with populations of more than 3 million to increase the size of their supervisors to at least 7. Based on current population estimates, SCA 8 would have applied currently to Los Angeles County, San Diego, and Orange County. Los Angeles County was in strong opposition to SCA 8 because the voters of our county would have ceded the right to determine their own form of government to voters across the state. Such a proposal is contrary to the principles of self-determination and self-governance. SCA 8 would have allowed voters statewide to dictate the size of the Board of Supervisors in only 3 counties, all of which already have a local process in place for expanding the board. In the county's response to the 2015-2016 civil grand jury report recommendations referenced in the committee, the Board of Supervisors noted that a larger governance structure does not always yield more effectiveness. Under the county's current leadership, the county has made great strides in governance, and there's been significant progress made, including the development of a comprehensive, coordinated effort to combat homelessness with an initial commitment of more than $100 million. The unification of the county's 3 health-related departments into a single agency to provide coordinated health services to county residents. The establishment of cross-departmental teams to quickly address environmental and public health issues related to contamination from Exide, the Alaso Canyon gas leak, and the Maywood magnesium fire. And finally, the County Board of Supervisors, they adopted a balanced budget of $28.7 billion with critical funding for a wide range of reforms and services. With respect to whether or not counties should have elected chief executive officers, again, the Chief Executive Officer of Los Angeles County is currently appointed by the Board of Supervisors. The county firmly believes that any decision to appoint or to elect the county Chief Executive Officer should be decided by the voters of Los Angeles County. In closing, we would like to reiterate that the current system of governance in Los Angeles County is working and that the voters of each county should be allowed to determine their own form of government. The county will continue to oppose proposals that would allow other jurisdictions within the state to make decisions that should and must remain under the local control of the voters in Los Angeles County. Thank you for the opportunity to present.
Thank you, Ms. Marshall. Thank you. We'll next hear from Peter DeMarco, who's the Legislative Director from Orange County.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Senator Mendoza. My name is Peter DeMarco, and I'm the Legislative Affairs Director for the County of Orange Executive Office. Thank you for inviting me to speak today. Before I begin, I want to just clarify that our board has not taken a position or considered the issue of whether or not the county executive officer should be elected or appointed, so I'm not authorized to speak on that issue today.
Okay.
So as you know, the Board of Supervisors opposed SCA 8 last year for 2 reasons: the major cost pressures and the question of local control, and I will address both of these in detail. When SCA 8 was proposed in 2015, as it was being deliberated by our board members requested a 10-year analysis from our Chief Financial Officer, Michelle Aguirre, on what the impact would be of having to comply with SCA 8 in Orange County by expanding to 7 members. The board directed that her projections follow the requirement in SCA 8 that, quote, expenditures for the governing body and its staff may not exceed for any subsequent fiscal year the lesser of the amount budgeted for that purpose for the fiscal year 2020 to 21, or the amount that has the same proportion to total county expenditures as the expenditures for that purpose in the upcoming fiscal year. A lot of language, but that was the direction that the board gave from pulling from the language of SCA 8.
Okay, say one more time so
Sure.
I can internalize what you said.
Essentially, the board directed that our CFO prepare a 10-year cost analysis following the guidelines that was directed in terms of not expanding, not putting any new money in it, but essentially taking, as was prescribed before, taking the same amount and just dividing it out over 7.
Okay, I understand. Yep.
So because the analysis assumed a starting point beginning in 2020 to 2021, using current budgeted amount from the county and plus forecasted CPI for each subsequent year. Because the percent to total future budgets can't be accurately projected out, the 10-year estimate assumed a cost of $2.8 million more per year. And here are the key findings. The annual estimated operating cost would be $2.8 million. This number includes adjustments to board office budgets for salary and benefits. The estimated startup costs for the first year would be a little more than $1.3 million, and this cost reflects startup expenses such as computers, phones, office supplies, construction modifications to the 4th floor of our County Hall of Administration to accommodate any new additional offices for new supervisors and staff, construction costs for modifying our board chambers, including communications and other security-related requirements, and redistricting and election-related costs. The estimate does not, however, account for any additional costs for relocating existing personnel on our 4th floor or any additional support staff that may be required by the county clerk of the board to accommodate additional board offices. And most importantly, this number does not include the cost of required modifications to accommodate additional supervisors on the various boards of which they are required to represent and are located in other non-county owned facilities, such as Orange County Transportation Agency, Transportation Corridor Agency, or the Orange County Fire Authority, just to name a couple. So the total cost in year 1, that is the startup expenses plus annual estimated operating costs, is nearly $4.2 million. When factoring in annual operating costs for years 2 to 10, the total cost to Orange County to comply with SCA 8 is a little over $29 million, $29.6. Sacramento Bee columnist recently hypothesized whether 9 members would be sufficient. And if Orange County was required to expand its board to 9 members, the projected costs obviously would increase significantly. Estimated operating annual costs of little more than $5.5 million. First year startup costs, $2.3 million. Total cost for year 1 to start getting up and running, $8 million. 10-year total cost of nearly $59 million.
Now, one of the continual arguments being made here is that you basically just, and I think Senator Polanco mentioned that as well, that you just force the counties to do the expansion within the current cost structure.
Sure.
And that, what ends up happening is you just give the members less staff, right? So because they're representing less people now.
Sure.
So that's at least the concept that is continually articulated.
Sure, Mr. Chairman, I can't speak to that in that specificity. I'm assuming that decision would be made if there was a cap. There's still going to be.
You're basically extrapolating out numbers, assuming the current cost structure of each office.
Correct.
If you were to expand the number of offices. Okay.
That's correct, sir.
All right.
Okay.
But just for you to know, the continual, including the language of Measure A when it came before the voters in Los Angeles County in 2000, also required whatever expansion that had been proposed, I think from 5 to 9, to fit within the existing cost structure that had been used for 5 members.
Understand.
And that, in addition, one of the ideas I keep hearing floated around is that any new executive powers would have to fit into the current CAO or CEO costing structure.
Okay. So, I think.
By the way, that may be impractical, sure, and maybe ultimately your numbers are more reflective of what would really be needed.
And again, this was part of what was requested by our board from our CFO to be giving a very conservative estimate of what it would actually cost were Orange County required to implement SCA should it have become law. As was mentioned earlier, because this is not SC, that provision did not have any state reimbursement for these costs. Ultimately, our taxpayers would have been forced to pay for a substantial unfunded state mandate. And this was by far our board's greatest concern with SCA, as it would be for any similar future proposals. Orange County is the 3rd most populous in California, and it's the 6th most populous in the United States. And our board is committed to maximizing the resources we have to serve our 3 million residents and try to improve their quality of life. As it relates to Orange County, our property tax revenue is the largest source of income and funds our critical services to our residents. However, for many reasons, not really worth debating today, but the reality is that Orange County gets the lowest percentage of property tax reimbursement from the state than any other county in California. That's 6 cents on the dollar. So SCA costs would have to come from our county's general fund, and that means less available revenue to address other critical issues. And for context, I would offer the following. 22% of our population is in poverty. We have more than 4,000 homeless residents, which is the 5th highest homeless population in California. And 1 out of every 3 residents in Orange County receives some form of assistance from our social services agency, Medi-Cal, CalFresh, among others. In addition, the county's been negatively impacted by the reduction of Prop 172 funding, as well as a previously announced $8 million shortfall in AB 109 revenue, and all at the same time while experiencing the impact of California's fundamental shift in criminal justice. These are just some of the issues that all counties face, and my message today is that we are no different. And let me briefly address the other fundamental problem with this proposal. It's been raised in various iterations before, so I won't belabor it. But really the question of eliminating local control. Orange County supports measures that maintain local discretionary control over its governance issues and delivery of services. And decisions impacting specific local governments should be debated and discussed locally and not through a statewide ballot measure. And current law already provides, as you know, voters of a county with the tools needed to expand their county boards of supervisors should they choose to do so. This can be done either through an initiative or a charter proceeding. As was said before, the proposal would have authorized voters of 55 counties to determine the representation of just 3. And I ask, if it had passed statewide but failed in each of the 3 largest counties, what message would that send to the people of Los Angeles, Orange, or San Diego? They should have the ability to exercise their right to determine their county's representation and not have it thrust upon them. And finally, I'll close with this. With respect to diversity, Orange County's culturally diverse population continues to thrive. 30% of our population is foreign-born, and 46% of all residents over the age of 5 speak a language other than English while at home. 35% of our residents are Latino, 21% are Asian. Our current board of supervisors includes 3 Asian Americans, 2 of whom are female. I believe the diversity of our board reflects Orange County's changing population and will continue to do so over the years to come. Thank you very much for allowing me to testify today.
Thank you. Thank you to all the panelists. Very interesting and some interesting additional thoughts building off of the last panel. Let me just clarify one thing. The Senate did not reject SCA 8. It was just held on the floor. It never actually came up for a vote. And part of the backstory was that we were going to have this very discussion today, including all of you, including the panelists from before, the panelists that we'll be hearing from next, to really get to the bottom of what is a complicated and very difficult but essential conversation about the strength of county governance in our state. So I'm hearing one of the things that it seems that continues to be a consensus is that we really ought to have the voters of the county impacted by the governance change, if there is going to be one, to be the ones who ultimately make a decision. That does make a lot of sense to me, and I think that this is something that we all agree with. I obviously understand that your tendency is going to be to support the current governance structure. I get that, but I also appreciate the fact that you're open to the types of discussions and challenges that we've discussed earlier, and that ultimately we're all going to want to empower our local residents, depending on the county, to make the ultimate decision as to how to restructure county governance. So with that, I'd love to see if my fellow senators have any questions or items of discussion here with our representatives from the counties.
Oh, no, I appreciate your comments. I know they were based on the context of SEA 8, and I appreciate that. But the next version that comes up might not be in the same context, so I know you're catered towards that. So I appreciate the input. I did hear it a lot when I was in committee, so you hit a lot of good points. One of the things I wanted to maybe Phyllis, you could expand on is you kept mentioning self-reliance, the county's self-reliance. Can you expand on that? What do you when you're speaking on behalf of the county? What are they, when they say it comes to board of supervisors? When they say they want to be self-reliant and
when I'm speaking about self-reliance and self-governance, what I'm speaking about really is the ability of the local residents within Los Angeles County or the elected officials within Los Angeles County to be able to make decisions with respect to the governance of LA County.
Right. Like legislators making decisions of how LA County should be governed?
When I'm talking about self-reliance, I'm talking more specifically about the residents. When we talk in reference to SEA 8, in reference to self-reliance and self-governance,
Okay.
it's in the context of SEA 8.
Okay, yes.
And in the context of SEA 8, the concern that LA County had, or the LA County Board of Supervisors, was that this would be a statewide ballot initiative that would allow other individuals from other counties to actually make decisions about the governance of Los Angeles County.
Right. That makes sense, and I appreciate that clarification. I heard you mention that there's 88 cities in LA County. Each one of those cities have their own elected body. 10%, that's 99, almost over 9 million people that live in a city. 10% or about 1 million people live in unincorporated areas. So the argument that the county has been saying is that there is local representation, that they have local city councils. And I understand that, and I've heard that argument before. I just disagree with it because the county fulfills a different need for our communities than the local governments do, the local cities. They work on many issues that have to do with healthcare, libraries, other kind of services, sanitation, and so forth. It's a different concept of services that the county provides through the state. And when they oversee over 2 million people, it's really, in my opinion, they don't really get to connect as well with their local constituency. Some supervisors might do better than others. I will give credit because I've ran into a few that work differently. But I do think that, and that's one of my motivations behind SEA 8 is to make it more representative, more accountable, and more accessible. And that's been my driving force behind this. But I understand your other arguments, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, and I absolutely agree with you. The fact that Los Angeles County has grown to over 10 million individuals. And I think that the only reason that we even reference, other forms of local government is that, during, the course of time, with a 5-member board of supervisors, when you had, 5,000 individuals, that, local government has grown over the years to include other forms of local governments and special districts and municipalities, all of which have different functions, but all of which still, represent and have an impact on decisions that are made by the Board of Supervisors. You being a state senator, you have what you do in Sacramento, okay, has an impact on the residents here in Los Angeles County, and you serve, a vital and important function in terms of, representing the constituents of your Senate district. And so we just, really just kind of made reference to that to really demonstrate that there are different, areas of local government that all, in fact, are really, working together to represent the best interests of the residents of Los Angeles County.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, you can make the argument that all of these new forms of representation, the vector control boards, and there's some places where you literally vote for two separate water boards, that it actually is maybe hyper-representative and totally incoherent from a governance perspective, and that maybe that's what we're trying to address here. Let me clarify, by the way, my previous comment about SCA 8. There was a vote on SCA 8. It did not pass, but then it was granted a motion for reconsideration, and we were very seriously considering reconsideration, and then that was held. So it was held within the context of the planning for this, and so I was thinking about that discussion, so I just wanted to make sure you were right, Ms. Marshall. Okay, Vice Chair.
I had asked the previous panel about the concept of the size of the counties, and one way of looking at this is we've talked about increasing the number of members. We've talked about adding a strong form of CEO. We've talked about a strong mayor type situation. If you could interject your thoughts on the size as opposed to breaking up some counties perhaps when they get to 10 million, I'd be interested in that thought.
It's glaringly obvious, having sat here and listened with the last couple of hours, that the struggle here is nobody can really get their arms around how to manage a county like Los Angeles. I don't think that applies to any other county in California from a size standpoint. I mean, again, I represent San Diego County. We're the second largest county, I think, today. It's always close, but 3,300,000 people. And the last 2 decades, it's been a very successful management and leadership structure. The county of San Diego has been an enormously successful organization, very fiscally sound, et cetera. And frankly, it works. And it isn't, from a size standpoint, 3.3 million people, at least from my perspective, is manageable. And I think it's true for Orange County, Riverside County, some of the other large counties as well. So I don't think I think the size issue, which I really can't address. I mean, David Jansen and I are good friends, and I mean, when he was CAO, I used to say, "How do you do that? How do you manage something like that?" And whether it's the existing structure works, and perhaps it's the strong CAO that you lack, or whether there are other things that you feel or that others feel are necessary to change that, is really something I can't speak to, and I don't think anyone can speak to. But I will say, in terms of counties of the size that I ran for 14 years, I can tell you I believe it's eminently manageable, and and certainly experience would say San Diego County has been well run. So that's my perspective.
Without going into detail, I would concur. I mean, we can see so far that it's really just a question of the leadership or the personnel that are in place. Since I've been in this position, our county executive officer, Frank Kim, is somebody who came up from the budget office, was CFO, to now becoming CEO for the county. And there's a lot of things that are moving that have been very, very positive progress on a number of issues, from homelessness to the constructing new animal shelter to any number of other big things that have been delivering for a while. It's a combination of time, but we're seeing some serious action on a number of different issues.
Do you have any thoughts?
Well, I really think that the size issue, I think that we probably have raised a lot of questions today, and so size alone, in terms of kind of the governance of the county structure by itself, is probably not the only single factor that you necessarily look at. Los Angeles County has been large for a long time.
Yeah, sure.
It didn't just get big overnight. Mm-hmm. And so I think that, that there's more that really has to be considered, in terms of even some of the issues that were raised with the previous panel about just looking at, the whole structure of, state government and, how you have so many different statutes and different, areas of responsibility. So, I think LA, has certainly, and the comments that I referenced earlier, they've done some, incredible things just over the last year. But I think that, size alone, doesn't necessarily dictate how well a county is, run.
I was thinking in terms of just my own district. When I had the larger district before redistricting, and I was downsized to roughly 1 million people, one of the performance sectors that I measure in my office is how quickly and how thoroughly we respond to every constituent who contacts us. And I know that when my district was a third larger than it is now, or 50% larger than it is now, those numbers suffered greatly. It may take us over a week to get back to somebody, and we're getting 1,000 contacts a day, 7 days a week, and those numbers were far exceeded. And I had staff working on that all the time because I wanted to make sure no constituent's voice went unheard. Downsizing to just under 1 million, we can easily do it within 3 days, and we keep up with it on a fairly regular basis. And just using that standard and looking at 10 million, that's of great difficulty. And then you start thinking, well, how many of those voices actually make it to the member? Because no member could do it. It's just got to be all staff. And that's just one aspect. So when I'm looking at this full pie of all the responsibilities, when you take a look at that slice alone, these numbers are astounding. And I think that when people write the governor, although I know the governor is very diligent, I don't think the governor necessarily hears from anyone. His staff does, and then they perhaps pull things together, but no one expects him to respond to 38 million people, roughly. So, I'm worried that we're not getting the best government when the electeds don't hear what the people's concerns are. And not always is it, not every constituent has a lobbyist working on their behalf. And I know that when something's wrong on somebody's street, and I hear from everybody on that street, it gets very clear very quickly. And then you can jump on that and address it. So that was my concern. So thank you for your input and thank you for your time.
Before we move on to the next panel, Mr. Eckhart, if you don't feel comfortable doing this, is fine. But if you wouldn't mind, taking off your CSAC hat for a second and just speaking as a former administrator, LA is the elephant in the room. And in some ways, maybe ultimately San Diego and Orange County and Riverside and San Bernardino were sort of inappropriately wrapped in to that discussion, perhaps, though they are very big, and they're certainly much bigger than Alpine or elsewhere. Yeah. Is there something about jumping from 3 million to 10 million that just suddenly puts the old style system of 5 supervisors with no strong executive into a new perspective?
Well, again, let me be clear. I'm not speaking for CSAC when I answer this question. Possibly. David was talking about it's not just 10 million people. It's the geography. It's just he can't reach out to people across cities like we can at San Diego. I can tell you, I've continued the practice that he started 15 years ago with meeting where I was.
But geographically, San Diego is probably about the same size, maybe.
Right, but just from the standpoint of practicality, I can go from one end of my county to the next a lot faster than you can do that here.
There's a lot less people.
Yeah. So I think I think there is. It's more than just 10 million. But I think she's right. It's more than just 10 million people, and part of it too is when I think about being a CAO and under the terms that I was a CAO, where I had total hiring authority, I was responsible for all departments, all the operations, the day-to-day operations of the county went through me. I certainly would, and again, speaking for myself, I can't imagine how I would be able to do that or function as a CAO if I did not have that authority. Mm-hmm. And so, again, whether it's an elected, and I think there are reasons why there's risk to an elected CAO that you don't need to take. I really do believe a better model is an appointed, strong CEO who has all that management responsibility, and is ultimately the authority for the day-to-day operation of government. And I've never managed in LA. I've never tried to manage in LA. I've never wanted to manage in LA. But the task would be enormous. And if you don't have vested in you as a CEO the power to hire and fire, and you have all of these other issues that you have to deal with, the geography and the 10 million people and incredible diversity up here, I think it'd be a really tough thing to do.
Yeah, but I guess I would say that, over time, because the supervisorial districts have had to deal with being able to interact with their, constituents, that, they've developed, a way of doing that, an infrastructure in order to do that. Can that infrastructure be improved and done better for anybody? I would probably say yes. Has technology helped in order to reach people who you couldn't reach otherwise? Absolutely. And so, certainly, the infrastructure is something that you develop over time based on the growth of, the district. And so I think that to some degree, they probably have created, some level of efficiencies in order to be able to, communicate with, the vast geographical region within Los Angeles County.
Yeah, I get that. Okay, my final question for you, Mr. Eckhart, is, this issue of, can you respond to Supervisor Yaroslavsky's concern that when there's that ultimately even an empowered executive, a charter empowered executive, still is under the thumb and serves at the mercy of the board, and that it's important to create independence. I understand the comments you made about, hey, look at San Diego. That's a great point. The flip side is, somehow you were able to build a culture of respect for governance structure on your board. That seems to be important. It seems that it may be extra difficult to do that when a supervisor is kind of the king of 2 million people, king or queen. We'll have a lot of queens actually coming up this next election. So can you just speak to that tension, I suppose, and that culture?
Yeah, I think it took time to develop. It isn't something that can happen overnight. But over a period of several years, first of all, it has to do a lot has to do with who you hire. It really does have, as one of the panelists before said, it's not just being a manager, it's being a leader. And whether it's an appointed or elected CEO, the person needs to be a leader, needs to know that their purpose being in government is to do the right thing when they come to work every day. And recognize, as we all do who do what I do, that any day of the week I can come in and 3 votes can cast me aside. And so I think it really has to do a lot with the person who's hired and the recognition of what their responsibility is to the county and to the 5 people they represent, and a recognition on the board side that their jobs are different. There's a big distinction between being a legislator. I wouldn't do what you do for anything. I couldn't. I just simply could not do what you do. I'm good at what I do. And what I do is take what you tell me to do, you set the vision, you tell me what to do, and I make it happen through the 18,000 people in our case that we had in San Diego County. And I was good at that. And I'm a good leader, and people follow me, and I'm ethical, and people know that, and I expect that from my employees. And part of all of that is recognizing and having my employees recognize that the Board of Supervisors, whether we like what they do or not, and sometimes we don't, they're the ones whose name was on a ballot, and they're the ones that got elected. And they're the ones that have hired me to do the job, and once they've decided that I'm not up to it anymore, or I've gotten on the wrong side, I have to recognize it's time for me to go. And so the tension, I can tell you in almost 14 years as the chief executive of the County of San Diego, certainly less than a handful of times that I have an issue with a board member attempting on his or her own to usurp my authority. And one of the things you mentioned earlier that I think crystallized this, it was in the 80s. San Diego County was very poorly run, had one calamity after another, one crisis, one piece of chaos after another, and it was in fact the voters that said, we're going to put in our charter the law that says that the Board of Supervisors cannot interfere in the day-to-day operation of county government.
Right.
So you never have a circumstance in San Diego where one board member calls a department head and says, you will do this. They don't have that authority. They must go through their CAO to do that.
Right.
And so the tension, I guess if there is tension, it's misplaced because the roles are very clearly defined. And as long as you have the right people, I think, in place to
But how do you solve a problem for that in a county like Los Angeles where that principle seems to be routinely violated?
Well, first of all, I don't think the law requires that the Board of Supervisors stay out of the day-to-day operation of county government. I mean, again, it's in the charter in San Diego that you cannot interfere in the day-to-day, and interfere doesn't necessarily mean in a bad way. It's just you can't direct. A board member can't direct somebody in San Diego County department head to do something. They have to do it through me or through my successor. So, I mean, I think it's a different governance model right now as it exists. And I think most counties, most counties, the majority of counties in California are like that.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Good. Really, really appreciate those thoughts, and I'm sure we'll probably be following up with you. And appreciate
Pleasure.
The entire panel. Unless there are any final questions or thoughts from the rest of the senators, we'd love to move on to
Good
the
luck.
third panel. Thank you. Really do appreciate it.
The only thing that made this panel better is that Walt had Sonia's testimony.
Ah, is he a good singer?
Outstanding.
Oh my God. All right. Well, good.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you. All right, everybody. Well, we're now going to move. Thank you. Really do appreciate it. Thanks for sticking around. Let's move on to panel 3. We've got Deanna Kitamura, who's the project director for the Voting Rights Project for Asian Americans Advancing Justice for Los Angeles. We've also got Matthew Barragan, who's the staff attorney for MALDEF, for the Mexican American Legal Defense and Education Fund, and then Rosalind Gold, who's the senior director of policy research and advocacy for the National Association of Latino Elected Officials Educational Fund. We did invite the NAACP. They kindly excuse themselves, I suppose, but we are very much looking forward to your testimony, and then we will have public testimony afterwards, after this discussion. So we'll start with Ms. Kitamura.
Good afternoon, Senators. Again, I'm Deanna Kitamura with Asian Americans Advancing Justice Los Angeles. We are the largest civil rights organization in the nation working in the Asian American and Pacific Islander communities. As our name applies, we have our main office here in Los Angeles. We also have an office in Orange County and a shared office in Sacramento with our sister affiliate in San Francisco. We also have sister affiliates in Chicago, Atlanta, and Washington, D.C. I want to start with a little bit of demographic statistics regarding the Asian community in California. We are the fastest growing racial group in California. Between 2000 and 2010, Asian Americans grew 34%, and Pacific Islanders grew 29%. In the 2012 presidential election, there were 1.7 million Asian American voters in California, registered voters in California. And by this election, we will make up nearly 11% of California voters. Asian American voters make up 25% or more of the electorate in 25 legislative districts, meaning Assembly, State Senate, or the congressional districts here in California. Much of my organization's thinking about representative democracy comes from our work around redistricting and our work around the California Voting Rights Act. Through our redistricting work, we have actively thought about the size of districts and what it means in terms of representation for the Asian American and Pacific Islander communities. The size and configuration of a district affects whether a community can elect a candidate of choice, whether they can make sure that the elected official is accountable, and also whether they are able to ensure that their community of interest is kept whole. And during the last round of redistricting, we worked with regional partners and successfully advocated for the first California Assembly district that is over 50% Asian citizen voting age population, and that is 8049. And we work with our friends here at MALDEF as well as the African American Redistricting Collaborative to submit unity mapping proposals during the statewide process. But clearly during redistricting, the parameters are set in terms of how large a district is. And so in terms of that particular issue, our thoughts are mainly developed through our California Voting Rights Act work. I am one of the attorneys representing a Fullerton resident in a lawsuit against the city of Fullerton regarding California Voting Rights Act violation. And just as a reminder in terms of the California Voting Rights Act, that applies when there is an at-large system and a minority communities' votes are diluted due to racial polarized voting. And that's where a minority group votes cohesively, but there's a majority group that also votes cohesively, but in a way that blocks the minority vote. And when you have an at-large district, at-large system, the minority community can't elect a representative of their choice, and that means they can't make sure that their officials are accountable to them. In the city of Fullerton, the population is 135,000 residents. Asian Americans make up about 22% of the population and just over 20% of the electorate. Since 2002, 3 Asian Americans have run for city council, but none have won. Latinos make up 34% of the population there and just over 20% of eligible voters. Only 1 Latino has won in recent history. And the current Fullerton City Council does not reflect the diversity of Fullerton, and nor does it reflect the votes of those 2 communities based on the analysis that we have done. As part of our settlement, the city has placed the question of district elections on the November ballot, and with it, a 5-district mapping proposal. But at some point, the city council contemplating 4 districts and an at-large mayor, 6 districts with an at-large mayor. And so we did a lot of the analysis in terms of what that meant. The difference between 4 and 5 is fairly dramatic because with 4 districts, we didn't believe that you would end up with a city council that reflected the diversity of the community there. And in close elections, clearly we felt that the communities of color would not win in those type of situations. And so additional numbers with regards to the Board of Supervisors are clearly something that we think about and we support generally. In terms of the actual number, we don't have an ideal number. We did support SCA 8, and we think that is a good starting point in terms of thinking about how we should be increasing the number of seats with regards to Board of Supervisors. In terms of the elected county executive, there is a parallel issue that comes up in the CVRA case, the California Voting Rights Act cases. As I mentioned, in Fullerton, as well as in Buena Park and other communities, the idea of 4 districts with an elected mayor at large or 6 districts with an at-large mayor has come up. It's come up in various jurisdictions. I mentioned under California Voting Rights Act, it only applies where you have racial polarized voting. And so in that situation where you do have racial polarized, well, first of all, let me back up and say that we know from our analysis that racial polarized voting does exist in many parts of California. We did an analysis prior to filing our lawsuit in Fullerton and found racial polarized voting there in the northern part of Orange County. During the statewide redistricting process, we did an analysis of the San Gabriel Valley when we advocated for AB 49 to be 50% Asian American citizen age population, and also found racial polarized voting there. And so our concern with an elected county executive where you do have racial polarized voting is that an elected executive is essentially an at-large position where obviously all the residents vote for that particular candidate. And so where you have racial polarized voting, it means that the communities that are already diluted from voting, from having their votes counted, would be in a system once again where their votes are diluted. And so I understand what the first panelist was saying in terms of the need for a strong executive. And so those are new ideas in terms of what the first panelists were talking about. What I have seen instead is the community, in terms of these California Voting Rights Act cases, have repeatedly said that they were more interested in having a 5-district city council map versus the 4+ at-large mayor or the 6+ at-large mayor, because they felt that their votes would be diluted if you had the mayor voted at large. And so that's one thing that I think that we need to contemplate when we're thinking about a strong, at least an elected county executive, whether you're once again diluting the votes of communities. I think I had written some other things, but it's been a long meeting, and so I think I'm going to finish off with that. And again, thank you again for inviting me to testify.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And at some point, I'd love to have a colloquy on your final point and the advantages and disadvantages of having someone who's centrally elected who actually feels the need to respond to everyone in the community, including those very folks who have been diluted, especially as our jurisdictions become increasingly diverse. I mean, to some extent, I wonder whether the justifiable concerns that underlie your arguments are reflective of where we were rather than where we're going demographically. But a topic for some discussion. Mr. Barragan.
Oh, great. Thank you so much for inviting MALDEF to participate in this important discussion. Again, my name is Matthew Barragan. I'm a voting rights attorney at MALDEF. We're the legal voice for Latino civil rights in the United States. And so we've, like Asian Americans Advancing Justice, have taken part in litigation under the California Voting Rights Act. And I've had an opportunity as an attorney to work with community members from city councils, community college districts, the special districts we heard a lot about this afternoon, and really spend time determining how responsive leaders were to the communities that are represent a minority of the residents that comprise those districts. And so what we found were that when members were elected at large under the California voting rights cases that we've pursued, that the Latino community had a difficult time electing their candidates of choice. And so racially polarized voting in those cases was preventing the community from finding representation that was responsive to their needs and that would they felt they can go to. And so just having one person on these boards or councils really meant a big difference in terms of governance and leadership. And so that's kind of the perspective that we come with today to bring this, this viewpoint to the table on the County Board of Supervisors. MALDEF also litigates in federal voting rights cases, and we had a case against the Los Angeles Board of Supervisors that really led to the creation of the first Latino majority district. And we currently have a case in the Central Valley on behalf of Latinos who are looking to add representation where their population warrants that and where racially polarized voting has prevented that. So, we really come to this with that litigation background in mind and understanding that our Latino community is growing. And so, we're a larger percentage of the electorate in a lot of counties and cities, but still, where racially polarized voting persists, we have difficulty electing members to representation. And so it's with that in mind that we've had settlements, consent decrees where we came in and districted for the first time district boundaries that would allow Latino community members to have a meaningful say in how their representatives represent them. And so it's with that background that we're saying that in larger jurisdictions, it's a useful way, adding seats to the Board of Supervisors would be a useful way of ensuring that communities of interest, like-minded residents, communities of interest are adequately represented. And so we think that increasing the size would allow for more diversity, and in terms of, a lot has been made of the numbers. Millions of people, that's a lot of people. It also makes it more expensive, and so we've seen in campaigns where you had to appeal to the entire electorate. When it was districted, we see more women, more people of color running, and in the city of Merced in the Central Valley, they're having their first district-based election. And so we've seen a lot of candidates that have really put their hat in the ring, and a lot of community members from throughout the city come out and represent in that election. So I don't want to spend too much time talking about all of the work we've done, but just looking forward, we think that communities of interest are more adequately represented when there are seats in districts that reflect geographically similarly situated communities. And that also brings me to the concern of the executive and the at-large elected position. And so what that would mean is perhaps communities that aren't able to elect board of supervisors at the rate that it would warrant them to, then they have to also worry about their vote being diluted where racially polarized voting exists. And an executive that has, depending on the duties and the powers that we really didn't talk about as much today, it would make it difficult for the Latino community to have an advocate. And so it's with that we have concerns about the elected executive. Those are just our starting opinions, but I'm happy to engage in further dialogue as this becomes more solidified, and to answer any questions that you have about MALDEF's perspective on these issues.
Yeah, once again, I'd love to just get a better sense of, I get that concern based on the world of the past, and I just, given particularly the profound governance challenges at play and the real problems from a governing perspective that come from a disempowered executive and a fractured but empowered board, whether we can't think creatively about ways to address the representational issues that you have raised while also making sure that we're doing right by the basic governance needs of the county, which ultimately will most benefit the most disempowered, who really do rely upon the considerable social services that are provided by the county, poorly or positively. So, Ms. Gold.
Well, good afternoon. Chair Allen, Vice Chair Anderson, Senator Mendoza. I'm Rosalind Gold. I'm Senior Director of Policy Research and Advocacy with the National Association of Latino Elected and Appointed Officials. That's the NALEO Educational Fund. And thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. The NALEO Educational Fund is a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization. Our mission is to facilitate full Latino participation in the political process. And much of our expertise and knowledge about governance issues also comes from our work with mobilizing Latinos in partnership with our friends here to participate in the redistricting process. We work with the Latino community in the California state redistricting, in the redistricting of the Los Angeles County, Los Angeles Unified School District. Our executive director, Arturo Vargas, for 2 districting cycles, has been on the LA City Council Advisory Committee on Redistricting, and he chaired it last year, and I suspect come 2021 we'll also be involved in mobilizing Latinos to have their voices heard during the redistricting of LA County with the new commission. Also, our constituency includes the more than 1,400 Latino elected officials in California, 33 of whom serve at the county level. So based on our experience with governance issues and with the Latino community, we do believe it is critical that there be a larger number of county seats in the state's most populous counties. If we want to have the accountability, the accessibility, in light of the diversity of the Latino population in the counties in California, we need more seats. If you think about the LA County Board of Supervisors, you heard one statistic about how the board itself is larger than, would be the 8th largest state. One supervisorial district in Los Angeles is larger than 14 states in the United States. So that just gives you a sense of the scope. And we've also heard several speakers talk about the really critical work that counties do. Public health, safety issues, transportation, public assistance. These are all issues that really have an impact on the daily lives of residents in counties. So when you have both a small number of supervisors and you have very diverse populations, it's very difficult to get the needs of those diverse populations met in terms of accessibility and accountability. let me just talk a minute about the diversity of the Latino population in LA County. You have Latinos from a variety of age groups, income groups, language groups. There's Latinos from 18 different national origin and subgroups in Los Angeles County. And again, just to give you a sense of diversity, I'd like each of you to think about the Latino communities in your districts and in the districts of all of the other senators who are here, and think about how different they are and what you have to do to meet their diverse needs. And this is why, one of the reasons that we think that in these large counties, we really need to have more supervisory seats. As my colleagues mentioned, we also think this is critical in order to ensure that the Latino community has a fair opportunity to elect the candidates of its choice. Latinos are now California's largest population group. More than half the residents in LA County, San Bernardino County, and Riverside County are Latino. About a third of the residents in Orange County and San Diego County are Latino. So you not only have a large presence, in a sense, we're really not a minority anymore, but you're also going to see this for the future of the state. Beyond Southern California, if you look at data from the State Department of Finance, you see that, for example, in Alameda County, if you look between now and 2050, Alameda is going to go from 23% Latino to about 31% Latino. Sacramento is going to go from 23% Latino to 30% Latino as well, and Santa Clara is going to go from 26% to 32% Latino. So it's not just a Southern California issue. It is an issue for the future of the state. And it's for these reasons that we supported SCA 8 and think that is a really good start to have a dialogue about how do we increase the size of our counties in a way that provide accessibility and fair representation. With regard to the other issue of whether or not we should have an elected executive in the county, well, you know, our organization does not have an official position on that issue. But what we did is we took some time to talk about Latinos who serve on county boards in other states and other communities. And there was consensus, but some also difference of opinion. One thing that there was consensus about, and by the way, this is not like a representative sample or a survey or anything like this. This is just anecdotal. The Latino County Board members that we talked to felt there does need to be a strong administrative function or person or entity within the county. The idea when we talked to them about the idea of having different different department heads report directly to the Board of Supervisors, they just felt that would be something very, very much unmanageable. There needs to be that one person with the accountability. Now, the grand jury report talked about, well, this can create problems with, you know, department heads not feeling that they have access to the board, or lack of collaboration, lack of coordination. Again, as you heard many other people say, if you get the right person who creates that culture, and the board creates a culture of coordination and collaboration, then having a strong administrative or executive function will work. And again, the elected officials that I spoke to all agreed on this. There was a difference of opinion about whether this is somebody who should be appointed by the board or somebody who should be elected by the public at large. The people who favored board appointment felt that if you had somebody elected, that there would just be too many political constraints that would come in. That person would see themselves as being accountable to whoever contributed money. There would be a concern about patronage occurring with an elected county executive. You know, there's this idea that they didn't want to politicize these administrative functions. On the other hand, we had some board members who said, no, you know, this ensures you have an executive who is directly accountable to the public, who doesn't see himself or herself as only representing one part of the county or a district, but actually sees themselves as the representative of the entire electorate. And where Latinos are growing in power and having their voices heard, that it is possible that you could have a county executive elected who would be responsive to Latinos and other underrepresented groups. So like I said, there's no consensus within at least the Latino elected county members that I talked to. Again, these were from counties in different parts of the country. The final issues that there is consensus about. Whether you have an appointed executive or an executive who is elected, you still need to ensure that Latinos and other underrepresented groups have their voices heard in the election process. Because if it's going to be somebody appointed by those Board of Supervisors have to be accountable to Latinos and other underrepresented groups. You have to have them having a voice in the election of those supervisors. If they directly elect the county executive, Latinos and other underrepresented groups have to have a voice in the election of that executive. So you cannot divorce the issue of governance with the issue of fair and full access to the electoral process. And I know that this is an issue that all of you have worked on already and will continue to work on, and maybe an issue for another hearing, but that's really where I wanted to end up, which is that we need to be thinking about both of these issues hand in hand and looking for both a governance structure and a way of for participation that ensures that all Californians have a voice in our democracy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Senator Mendoza.
Well, first of all, I want to thank the panel again for sticking around and giving your great input. I think it was very valuable to hear what you had to say. And I do want to thank the work that you've been doing in our communities in Southern California as it relates to creating districts in elections in our cities. And in my district, we've there's been a few cities that have turned over, and you've seen the change. There's a lot of we have a lot now representation from local community members who have been left out for so many years, and it's been a battle. I know Bellflower's undertaking that right now. Whittier already did theirs. Cerritos College recently did theirs. I mean, we're excited. La Mirada's looking at it now. I mean, all those are just in my district, and I know that I've been fighting for ABC Unified, which my wife is now on the school board there because we have not been able to elect anybody from Artesia because the school was just dominated by other parts of the area there. But it just goes to show how it does impact our daily life, having the right people there, or at least a representation of the community there, because people will begin to believe again in government and feel that they're empowered, because sometimes it doesn't even matter how he votes, we still end up with the same people. And that's the mentality that we're trying to change, that your vote does matter. And so I appreciate the work that you're doing there.
I feel the pain.
But I appreciate the input as far as the at-large versus appointed CEO. And I go back to my own experience as being on city council for 10 years. We had a city manager, and the city manager worked and followed our instructions. We kind of set our goals, and this is what we want to see, go out and do it, handle it. And it was easier for us to do that because we were a part-time city council. We meet once or twice a month, and we got to go to work on our daily jobs. So we definitely need somebody to manage it and carry on. This county board of supervisors, they're full-time elected supervisors, so I think they have a lot of time to spend and mingle with things in the board, I guess. But I do think that there's a need to have a CEO run the organization and the infrastructure. And I appreciate our previous panel when we had Walter, who actually gave a good explanation of what he did. But the structure is set up in San Diego in a certain way that allows for that to happen. Obviously, we have to probably look into the LA County model structure of governance to see if that needs to be accommodated instead of creating a totally elected at-large person. But it definitely, there is a need there to make sure we have somebody that's accountable and able to set the vision of the board forward, and not 5 board members trying to set it as we go. It's been very dysfunctional. I know that, and I know that's our former supervisor Yaroslavsky has made clear how it has been dysfunctional. So, but I appreciate your comments and your input on the CEO perspective. So, and we'll be talking tomorrow about it. But thank you again for being here.
The one pushback I have, I get this idea of people being concerned about an elected official being, feeling too beholden to particular people who raise money for them, et cetera. Though I will say that, when you have 5 board members ordering around an executive, those board members are accountable to, or sometimes may feel accountable to donors. And in a weird way, it's less transparent because they're having these meetings with the executive and telling them what to do behind closed doors. There's less focus on those positions. Sometimes when you have the larger the constituency and the higher profile the position, first of all, it's more costly election, so you're drawing funds from lots of different sources. It's hard for any one individual interest group or organization or business to feel as though they have any particular control over that person, because they've got so many people who are contributing, engaging, and it's also high profile, so there's so many more people whose votes they're depending on, and they get so much more coverage in the newspaper and everything else. So, but I'd love to hear your thoughts about the extent to which, well, I guess I was trying to be a little provocative, I suppose, with my pushback to each of your comments about this idea that there's such a push against anything that's at large, because at least traditionally you're remembering the experience of some of these Central Valley cities that are increasingly Latino, that are dominated by 5 at-large old white guys who are still on the city council. And yet the demographic changes are so pronounced. You're absolutely right. Now Latinos are the largest group in Los Angeles County, and it will soon be the largest group in the state of California. We've got a surging API population, incredible increases in voter registration, and pretty soon we'll have the full implementation of Lorena Gonzalez's bill that is sort of a quasi or universal registration system. We've also got SB 450 coming down the pike, and we all worked closely on that to make sure that we would find new ways for voters to participate. So there's a movement afoot in California to really engage the population in a much more profound and robust way that will hopefully help to address some of the representational concerns that undergird your fears or issues or concerns raised. So, and I think Rosalind makes the point that there's nothing to stop a countywide executive. In fact, I think it's very likely that a countywide executive, if elected in Los Angeles County, can and will be Latino. We certainly had our last mayor was Mexican American from the city of Los Angeles. So sometimes the at-large election actually ends up leading to greater representation than not. So I'd love to kind of get your thoughts on the extent to which we're changing demographically and how that interacts with some of the concerns that you've raised, and certainly some of the concerns that undergird the VRA.
Well, so the concerns that I raised were essentially, I'm just voicing the concerns that were raised by the community in the CVRA cases that I've seen. So the Fullerton residents, when the idea of a 4+1 or 6+1 was raised, I mean, when you think about it, in some ways, 6 districts might make more sense to some people, right? Because you have even smaller districts when you're dealing with racial polarized voting, and then you have the mayor elected at large. But people are pushing back. The community was pushing back, saying, no, we do not want that system. We do not want an at-large system here, because we've already suffered under it for so many years. And so that's why we ended up, the community was pushing for a 5-district map. And that's the same that happened in Buena Park and other cities as well. And so we don't have a formal position on this issue in terms of whether there should be an elected executive or not. I'm just very aware of what was raised, and we're not talking about long ago. This happened this year. And so in Orange County, and we've seen it in other parts of the state. And so I'm just raising these concerns because I just heard it very recently.
I totally get it. And yet even that pushback you got from Fullerton was they said, look, this has been a problem in the past, so we're fearful of it moving forward. And I guess I'm raising the possibility that the demographic changes that we're seeing are so pronounced that maybe the past isn't as much prologue as it may have been before. That's just an idea to throw out there.
I just want to come back to the issue that I ended up with, which is if you have an elected executive, for that person to be seen as legitimate and credible and a representative of all the people in the county, all of the people in the county have to feel that they have had a fair opportunity to cast their ballots. And the related issue to that is what are we going to do? And again, I know this is something you're all very concerned about, is low voter turnout. Is this going to be an election like where we've had city elections where you don't have a lot of people turning out, where the people who are voting are not necessarily having the same demographic profile as the people who are eligible to vote. So as we have to do with other local elections, if you have an elected county executive, the county has to continue to work to educate voters about what this new position is, to educate voters about the importance of voting. This has to be done if, again, you want this particular position to work effectively, to be seen as a representative. So it just goes hand in
100%.
hand, and I think that's...
100%. And look, so much of the potential success of SB 450 is going to be about
Exactly.
voter education
Exactly.
and information, yeah. Yes, Senator.
I'm trying to get my arms around everything you've said, and this is for all three of you. So, how do you measure the effectiveness of an elected official in representing a community? So is it because they share the same race? What is the spectrum of doing that?
Yeah, so if I can jump in on this one, we don't measure the effectiveness of representation or good government necessarily for the types of cases we were discussing. What we measure is whether or not the candidate of choice, so it doesn't matter necessarily their ethnicity, although we look to Spanish surname elections for the Latino community because those have higher percentages of support from the Latino community and lower support from non-Latinos. And so we look to see whether in a certain jurisdiction, was this a candidate of choice for the Latino community? And were they able to influence the election in a meaningful way? So our organization really works, as Rosalind was saying, to ensure that elections are fair and democratic and really everyone has the opportunity to shape the future of the jurisdiction that's governing them. And so, we can sit here and decide whether or not the board's done a good job, but what we're looking at legally when we take a case or when we're looking at representation is, did the Latino community who came out and voted at that last election, were they heard? And so that's something that we're concerned with at MALDEF. And I didn't get a chance to talk to the chair's, Senator Allen's point, but I think depending on how this is shaped and whether this is going to be the mayor of the county of LA or I think there are opportunities, and we're still a young population. So while we're growing, not all of us have the ability to vote. We're not all citizens, and we can't all vote, and we're all transitioning, and we're a younger population, and so. My concern is where we can have representation and the lines drawn through redistricting or districting for the first time, as you mentioned, Senator Mendoza, in ABC, a case that MALDEF took. We're just cautious as we move forward and how this is shaped and whether or not that will further dilute in some jurisdictions. And we started this as a statewide discussion, and now it's really LA County centric for the last couple of panels. But just if we're looking at a statewide solution, that's a concern that we have. So it's not, it's still up for discussion potentially.
Okay, great.
I have a couple follow-ups.
please.
So how do you, when you're doing that analysis, account for surnames that were earned through marriage?
So that's a great question. I feel like we do that a lot in state court. We can talk to an expert that we'll put up in one of these cases. But what essentially it is that some folks have Spanish surnames who are not necessarily Latino.
Not Latino at all.
And some Latinos have names that are not Spanish surnames, and so it works out statistically to be a good metric to use.
I see. So you figure as many are marrying outside the race as marrying into the race.
Or don't have the Spanish surname to.
Right. Well, when I say race, I'm talking about into the surname, out of the race-based surname.
And I just wanted to distinguish between two things. I wanted to distinguish between sort of the legal standard in the California Voting Rights Act or the Voting Rights Act and the whole concept of does it mean to elect a candidate of your choice, and how do you do racially polarized voting. There's a whole set, and I think Matthew and Deanna have talked about some of the factors that are considered, but there's also, like I said, this fundamental idea of, do you feel that your elected official is responsive to the concerns of your community? And, in this general way, when we talk to Latino voters, while it certainly, they do take into account whether that elected representative is Latino or not, that is not the only factor. They look at, where does the elected official stand on, addressing the issues that concern them, which is the same issues that are the issues of concern to all the residents in a city or a district, education, healthcare. So Latinos are sophisticated, and they will look at the issues that candidates care about and at the issues that elected officials are responsive to. So I just wanted to distinguish between sort of the legal standard that's used in this litigation and just the more fundamental idea of representation. We have many districts that have Latino representation that don't have a large Latino population. Latinos have shown that they can represent and serve large communities, and you have the opposite as well. You have districts with very high Latino populations that are not represented by Latinos. So, like I said, I just wanted to distinguish between the legal standards and the basic idea of
And you all talked about moving to district elections to give people more view. So, when thinking in terms of electing a mayor or a chief executive officer, how will we get to an election where everybody's voice is heard? How would you describe, do we get there? Because if 20% of the community is Asian, 20% of the community is black, 20% of the community is Hispanic, and 20% is white, then how do we get there, in your view? Because we've heard about how you like district approach to make sure that every minority gets, or every voting bloc gets its representation. So how do we get to that chief officer like a mayor?
Well, again, I think it goes beyond just the legal standard where people look at, do take into account ethnicity and how different ethnic groups vote, and do they have different preferences in candidates or not. But when you have elections for executives, whether it's the mayor of Los Angeles, whether it's the governor of California, voters from a broad range of ethnic groups, first of all, have to feel that somebody is making participation accessible, and that they have the information they need to participate, that they know what these positions do and what kind of responsibilities they have. And then people will look at the issues and the commonalities. And in many cases, there's enormous commonalities between the communities we all work with. And so they will be looking at, when you have an at-large position that has the executive function, they will be looking at the issues that those candidates speak to and represent. When you're looking at the legislative function, the need to really have districts where you, again, have these very long histories of different communities having very different views. So, under the California Voting Rights Act, many of these at-large systems needed to go, this is again for legislation, needed to go to legislative districts because you would just see a history of communities having different preferences in terms of their candidates for a long time, okay? So if you have an underrepresented community that continually, election after election after election, elects and supports and prefers different candidates than the majority community, right? That minority community is going to constantly be outvoted in an at-large system. And what district elections do for legislative seats is you can create districts that allow those minority communities not to be continually outvoted by the majority.
And Senator, in your scenario, we have 20-20-20 groups. In that scenario, that's not the scenario that we've been discussing in terms of the California Voting Rights Act. In that scenario, hopefully you'll end up with candidates who need broad appeal to a variety of groups. Rosalind was talking about the Latino community being sophisticated and very interested in issues. Asian Americans as one of the highest groups that are no party preference. Mm-hmm. And yet they are very interested in the issues, the policies, and they vote based on policies rather than party. And so in the scenario you're talking about, I assume that you would have to have a candidate with broad appeal, and Asian Americans would base it on the position of the candidates.
And that's why, by the way, I don't know if it was, I think it was the last panel that someone brought up the importance of the county positions being nonpartisan, and I think there's, you know,
Yes,
I think that I really think there's a real value to that for some of those same reasons. Yeah. Well, if there's not any,
let me just wrap up. One of the concerns I have is oftentimes on a board or a commission, and you're all, I mean, on a council, and you're voting, a small group of financiers from outside the district can then target individuals based on their vote versus the people inside the district. And so to me, there's always a balance of the outside. It's hard when a person's running citywide, they have to be accountable to everybody in the city. I mean, these are, for every positive, there's a negative, no matter what you look at. But when they're only running in a small district, it's very easy for whether it's public employees or the Chamber of Commerce or somebody from outside the district to highly influence that race because they can outspend. And when you have a citywide, it's pretty hard to outspend everybody because so much to build that support has to be built with meeting with all those groups all over the place. So I'm always worried that I like a level playing field. I don't want to empower one over another. I want everybody to have equal opportunity and equal advantage. And so I like that level playing field. So I'm always measuring, are we advantaging one over another as we go through the system? And I think ultimately, quality people that do their job well, there's no substitute for that. No matter how we change the system, if a person chooses to fail, the system cannot force them to do a good job. And so I really appreciate all your time today in answering the questions. And I know I had some crazy questions for you, but I appreciate it all the same. Thank you.
No, they're good. They're good. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Really do appreciate it. Thank you. So we've got 3 folks who'd like to make public comment to the committee. And let's first call Alan Clayton, followed by Diana Velasquez, followed by Kevin Kirkwold. And you can go to this microphone up here. Thank you. Really appreciate it. It's really interesting.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Really appreciate it. It's very interesting. Thank you. Thanks, Rosalind. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Clayton, you're welcome.
Thank you, Senator Allen. I've been doing redistricting for 30 years. Back in 2001, I co-drew all the maps for the Latino caucus, the Assembly, Senate, and congressional maps, and I was the advisor to Senator Polanco. In the last redistricting, I worked with the Latino caucus on redistricting, worked with getting maps together. I also was a map drawer with the Chinese American Citizens Alliance, San Gabriel Valley chapter. We submitted a whole series of maps. In fact, if you ask Senator Pro Tem Kevin DeLeon, I drew a map was almost identical to the district he got that the Chinese American Citizens Alliance put into the process. We also drew the first Asian map, put it in early, and argued for it.
And this is for the county or for the city?
This is state redistricting.
Okay.
But I also did city and county. In the last redistricting, you can go on the website of the county. I drew 2 maps that were submitted. You'll see they're very similar to the map that Ridley Thomas proposed. They're right up there, still there. And so I've been doing this. As I said, I was involved in the city redistricting where I drew the second Latino school board seat, and also dealing with getting the seat in the 7th Councilmatic District. One other one I'll give you my expertise is when LAFCO did the separation of the city from San Fernando. LAFCO basically had a map they drew, I drew a map, they picked my map. And my map was on the ballot. They ran under the map that I drew, and people were, voted in, but it was contingent on getting the city to approve the succession. I was not involved in succession. I just do maps. So the map that was adopted was the map that I drew. That was the map that people ran under. So I have a lot of expertise in this area. In terms of the county, LA County has changed since I've been involved in '86 with huge progress for Latinos and Asians. I'm going to walk you through why I disagree with the arguments of some of the individuals that spoke previously. We now have, if you look, I'll just walk you through it because I know who all the members are because I do redistricting. Tony Cardenas is out in the valley. Then you go over and you get Javier Becerra, Lucille Roybal-Allard, you have Linda Sanchez, Grace Napolitano, Norma Torres, congressional members. Then you go to the Senate. We did have Alex Padilla until they basically chopped up his district. Then we have Senator Mendoza, we have Senator Hernandez, and Senator Lara, Senator De Leon, Pro Tem De Leon. So, and then in the Assembly, there's a lot of assembly. I can go through it, but I know who they are, you know who they are. My point is, LA County is not like it was 20 years ago.
Right.
The first time Viragosa ran for mayor, he was elected, the Latino vote was in the 20 percentile. I know because I was involved in analyzing that. And I believed he could win, first time he lost, but I believed he could win because the unions had changed dramatically. I was a member of the Labor Council for Latin American Advancement, and also in the county, I served 12 years as the policy person for the Chicano employees, which is about 2,000 county employees. So I dealt with the department heads. The county is dysfunctional. What Zev said is exactly correct. It's dysfunctional. We had finally Bill Fujioka, who was a strong exec, and actually tried to get things done. That system is gone. It's back to the old laissez-faire days where you can't get stuff done. MLK Drew, I testified on that in 1989. You go back and look at the record. The EEOC went after the county on King Drew. There was a $2.1 million fine. That was the case that I did. I actually went back to Washington, met with the chair of the EEOC on that. The county did nothing until the LA Times finally brought it up because it was so bad. Now, New Times, which is a local one, some of you may remember, they wrote about it. They interviewed, but nothing happened. So I've dealt with the department heads. I've dealt with David Jansen was a very strong administrator, but you could go talk to him. It was very helpful to have somebody, you didn't have to go to 5 supervisors, you could go to a person. If there's an issue, we had a real strong issue in the Latino community, and we worked it out. It took an hour. But I had to give him the legal background, walk him through all the arguments, and at the end he said, okay, I'll go talk to the department heads. It was an issue of bilingual services, which was extremely critical to the Latino community because we did not have enough Spanish-speaking children's service workers, social workers, probation workers. And who was hurt? The community was hurt because there weren't people to talk to the kids. When you have a kid that's abused, why would you want to have somebody who speaks English in East LA? It doesn't work. So my point is, it is dysfunctional. With 7, I can tell you, you can draw a map with 7 because I already have drawn it. If you want to see it, you can go, Senator Mendoza's seen it. And you can draw, and all 5 incumbents are basically okay. Mm-hmm. And you can draw a seat where the Asian community, reasonably compact seat in the San Gabriel Valley, mm-hmm. where you'd have, of the Chinese American areas, you'd have 11 of the 12 in one district. How do I know that? I've already drawn the demonstration map. In the Latino community, I can tell you where you can draw the districts. It's easy. Take Cardenas's district, roll around.
Do you have a website where we can go visit? You posted this stuff up?
If you give me your call, I'll talk to your staff and give you the information.
Okay.
And also, you can check me out on Yahoo. I've been doing this since the 80s, and I'm quoted periodically the last 30 years.
What are your thoughts on the appointed versus elected
I support an elected county exec because LA County has so much Latino power now compared to where it was. You have, who's the speaker? Rendon. And he's a strong speaker because he's like Willie Brown of the future. Why? Because he has real power. He's not going to be gone in a short while. Before they get in for 2 years, They start trending down. He has real power. He's going to be around. He'll run. If this position's out there, you have Kevin DeLeon, who can raise a lot of money. You have Garcetti can raise a lot of money. If John Chang ran, he can raise a ton of money. Ted Lieu can raise a ton of money. You have people from the west side that can raise a ton. You know, the interesting thing, you may not have any white running for that are not Jewish. You know why? You can't raise the money. Who are they? There's not that many out there. This is LA County. African Americans, if you do not expand, will be challenged in the next decade. Why do I know that? Because I've looked at all the demographic data in that district. It is trending Latino. Kern Price barely won against an underfunded Latina candidate. That was the issue we brought up to the city council. You pack Latinos and Asians together, African Americans could have lost that. It was very close. And he just barely won. What do you think is going to happen in 226? If you don't change it, what's going to happen is eventually you're going to have 3 or 4 African Americans running and 1 Latino with money. It's already starting to happen. And what will happen is the Latino will make the runoff. And depending upon which African American is in the runoff, if it's a more, centrist, like a Yvonne Burke could beat anybody. But if you have a more nationalistic person, it's tougher. It's just politics. And in terms of strong county exec, Chicago has a strong county exec.
We're going to ask you to wrap up.
Yeah, New York has a strong county exec. LA City has a strong exec. You need in LA County somebody who has the ability to appoint, dismiss, get the budget out, have the Board of Supervisors work with them, but has the power to blue pencil. You need to have this is a problem county.
Thank you.
And I appreciate your time, but it's very important. I've been working on this issue for many, many years with Senator Polanco's bill. George Runner supported it, by the way, back then, and Sharon Runner supported our last. It's not a Democrat-Republican.
Right.
It's an issue of good governance. And I can tell you from 12 years dealing with LA County on a day-to-day basis, it's dysfunctional.
Right. Well, that's part of why we're having this discussion. Okay, so thank you. Thank you, Mr. Clayton. We're next going to hear from Diana Velasquez. No? Okay. And then is Kirk here? Kirk is gone. All right. Well, there we are.
Last call.
Last call. Any final comments from the members? Well, really do appreciate this robust, fascinating discussion. Appreciate the expertise of the panelists. Appreciate the hard work that went into this, both majority staff helping to pull this together. I think we've got a lot to think about. I'm hoping that people will be able to watch the entire session because there was a lot in each of the panels that really does merit examination as we try to make decisions about how to move forward in a way that addresses some of the core concerns that have been raised today. So thank you so much, and with that, this hearing is hereby adjourned.